Hello, hello, hello. Give the camera a second to focus on me, but hi everybody. How are we doing today? Oh my god, this is such a long-awaited stream. Every single time I have tried to, sorry, one second. Every single time I have tried to stream this game. Hi Jake. Um, I'm convinced this game is just cursed for me. Also, my Taylor Swift cardigan came in the mail today, and I'm really happy about that, so it's very cozy vibes today. I also have, I have a little bit of wine with me. Because I wasn't sure if this, if Verizon wanted to pick another fight, if it just like, Verizon was like, hey, you know what'd be real fun? Canceling stream again. Like, so we just have it. Anyway, I thought, since my thumbnail is very Baxter today, I did bring it up in Discord that maybe potentially doing a pre-recorded thing, but then I thought, you know what else I could just do and life would be so much easier? I just reload the save, and then instead of doing the things you've already seen, I'll do the Baxter DLCs, and then I'll go in at a future moment off camera to like put in the extra choices for that. But yeah, I thought that would be like a little interesting thing that we could do. Because this thumbnail has been waiting for a while. So I also tried to edit the save file and see if that works, but I'm not smart enough to do that. So yeah. Also, I had the game open. Tis not anymore, apparently. That's where we were hearing the music from. But fun. How are you? How's everybody doing today? I've got the tissues. I've got the wine. I've got Snowy the llama. All perched and ready to go. I should really find a way to make like Snowy just stay here the whole time. I think that'd be really cute. But yeah, so let me load up the save from the hang. Or like here. Okay. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. Let's hang on. What am I doing? What am I doing? Eh. The llama is back. Quinn, welcome back. It's been so long. I feel like it's been ages. But yeah, here we go. Here's the game. That is not showing up. Alpaca. Yeah, I know. Technically, it's an alpaca, but no, we don't want to overwrite. No, 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 no overwriting. We're just loading. We're loading into here, and I figured what we could do is we'll just play the Baxter DLC. We'll play the hang, and then we'll go into the Baxter DLC instead of doing like everything sequentially, because you've already seen the stuff from the base stage 3. So I don't need to put you guys through that again. But yeah, the start of we read this before, so I'm gonna just speed through it. Da 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 da. Oh, I forgot about this part. I forgot about this part. Actually, can I? If I load to the hang, like if I load to this one, yes. If I scroll back, can I just... Oh, I can just scroll back. Great. Oh, wait. No, no, no. Scroll back all the way. We're time traveling. I'm glad to be back, too. I'm so glad Verizon did not pick a fight this time. Oh, wait. Is this as far back as we could go? I can't scroll back any more than this? God damn it. Try to find a way to rig the system, but they said no. Okay. Skip! You generally ate whatever. Skip. I hope they're still okay. Skip.
Lonnie.
I was short. Skip. We've gone through this. Hope this might still grow more. I know you can handle it. Skip.
Oh.
Had a solid plan. Skip. You... This one, yeah. You're gonna miss it. Cool, skip. Skip.
You're a good girl.
One of your most beloved songs. Next. I forgot what this was and it was just a phone. It had a special charm, which was the thing Cove gave. Yeah, cool. Skip.
Hi.
We're just gonna skip through this part. We've already seen it, so because I just want to get to the hangout portion. Yes, thank you, dear cousin.
My pleasure.
Off from our part-time job.
Cool.
Cove was essentially family.
Sorry.
Sad and lonely when it happened. We did special treasures, I think, right? Skip.
Good.
It was her plan, she could do it if she wanted. Skip. We're still the same ones. We'll just do that. We already had a gift of our own ready. You didn't even know how to react. Oh, yep, and then she does it. I'm sorry. Skip. Skip.
Right?
Have a good life. Skip. I didn't see your name on it. We'll take turns. We did... Yes, this was correct. We did blue. I don't think we had a hamper. Okay. Did we have the sharks? I think this is what we had. Oh right, crap, we could have swapped these. Oh god, I'm gonna forget everything. I don't even remember. I think we had this one. And an ottoman. Skip, skip, skip! Yep, yep. Stream, yeah, that's great. Awesome. Yeah, Verizon did not pick a war. We don't have to fight the Great War with Verizon. Done. Okay. The shock knocked all the words out of you. Surprise?
So...
We ran. I'm so glad you're here, and then we jumped into his arms, I believe. I just like seeing this. This is so cute. I missed you.
Well...
You know I do.
Cool.
Skip. Insisted on a piggyback ride. It was the normal thing in your relationship. And then we had... It was the shell we gave him. I remember. Because I started crying, and we're not gonna start crying today. I started crying. Okay, my best friend's graduation was last night. I was bawling. I wasn't even there in person. I was watching through a little grainy live stream, like it was the Error store, and I was just tears streaming down my face. A river was created. I was so proud of her. And like, she said that I cried more than she did. So, but that's just me. I also like, I'm a very much like, I love very loudly. I'm a love out loud kind of person. Especially like after my mom passed, I became very much like, oh, I need to tell everybody that I love them all of the time. All of the time. I gotta show it all of the time. Because you never know. And so like, with her, and like with a lot of my friends recently, it has been very much like, I will be so embarrassing for you. I'm gonna be the most embarrassing person you know. I'm there taking photos, I'm taking video. I was taking video on my phone of the TV. There's already video of it. You could probably get video, like a more high quality video of it. But will you get the video with my pterodactyl screech? No, you will not. Because that's only on my phone. Actually, I think I did post it on my Instagram story. But, yeah. You're welcome. And then skip.
Hey.
Lee, how you doing? Skip. Skip.
So.
Skip.
Of course.
You really like Mr. Holden? Skip.
Yeah.
I'd like to stick around to see the new neighbor. Skip.
Thank you.
You're lucky to have me.
Oh.
Excellent.
Oh, here we go. Baxter. We shook it, I believe. But like, we already saw this part too, so I'm just gonna... Hey, only I get to fluster him. Oh. Drop frames now. Are you kidding? No. No! Are you joking me? We were doing just fine. We were doing just fine. Yeah, okay. Give me a second, let me take a look. We were doing so good! What happened? Oh my god. Oh, it's totally me too. It's totally me. Hello, can I just put my can I put my address in? All services. Hello? Okay. Okay, I'll just do this. Allow. It's crazy how accurate that is. Okay. Okay, thanks you guys. I'm trying to fix it. Y'all! It's cursed. Stream is cursed. I am so mad. Okay. But no, that's this one. Okay, are we back? Are we back? Yeah, this is almost like 2 weeks. Like, okay, we're good now? Great. That was gonna piss me off. Oh. Y'all, listen, I hate being a Karen, but I will be a Karen if I have to be. I will get on the phone with Verizon. I don't care if I have to wait a day on hold. I will. I will. And I will... You know, the first person, I'll be nice. And then they'll transfer me to higher up. And the higher up I go, the more aggressive I get. Like... The first doesn't get paid enough to deal with bullshit, you know? But like... I'm gonna work my way up to Verizon CEO. And like, yell. And I yell really loudly. You'll be able to hear me anywhere from the world. You'll hear a little screeching in the background, that'll be me. Cool. Ah, fun. 1 second. I see potential. Let me see this. Da. Yeah, I see it. I'm just trying to... There we go. There we go. Okay. Let's get back into this. Baxter, every single time you show up on the screen, my Wi-Fi dips. So what's up with that? I'll take you up on that offer sometime.
So...
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then... What's this?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I would like to be friends. Okay. Doesn't bother me.
So?
Skip. Because we left.
Well...
There we go! This didn't show up last time! This didn't show up last time. Okay. Alright, comfort. I think we feel relaxed around Baxter, and we have a crush on him. I have a crush on Baxter. Okay, so that's where I'm at. Ready? Yes! Since you're romantically interested in Baxter and are old enough to start being physically affectionate more seriously, you can choose what initiative level he has throughout the step. Ah! Making sure that the player experiences what they want is important in our life, but always putting your choice first can potentially make a relationship feel one-sided. So we've added some flexibility in how it works! Alright! Low initiative means that Baxter will occasionally ask to touch the MC, and in those situations there will always be an opportunity to say yes or no. For example, he won't simply lean over and kiss the MC as a greeting or in an emotional moment. Every piece of physical interaction will be either initiated or approved by the player before it happens. Middle initiative means that there will be those certain times where Baxter requests to touch the MC, many chances to initiate affection on your own, and he will also pretty regularly give affection automatically. One example would be giving MC a kiss because he's happy or emotional or something else. Situations you can choose not to make the first move in order to get back to the state to be the one to act afterwards. Okay, for me, y'all, I have been with people. Not a lot of people, but I have been with people who, like, hey, let's go out. Never actually plan something, and it's just like, listen, I am not high maintenance. At least I don't think I am. My friends don't think I am. However, you know, like when I plan dates and stuff, I'ma plan a date, you know, like we're doing something. We're going out, we're doing an activity, like, and then we're gonna get food after. That's generally the formula that I do. But like, this, like, you know, like this just like the idea, like, listen, I need someone with like middle to high initiative, because it's just, it's so, like, it would sweep me off my feet, you know? Be like, oh, if you have initiative, roll that d20. Overall, the love interest can get romantic, but the player's agency will take priority. High initiative includes everything middle does, but it also means that the player agency will be reduced to a degree in favor of having Baxter give physical affection to more frequently and with less prompting. I'm gonna do high initiative. Don't even. It's gonna be high. It's gonna be high. Instead of all the major affection giving situations being led by a choice menu for you to decide on, some will be replaced by Baxter acting automatically. If you're comfortable with physical affection and would prefer to see it happen rather than always holding on the reins in. However, this level is mostly relevant if Baxter ends up as your official boyfriend at some point. Situations where high initiative makes a difference tend to come up in scenes that are exclusive to being in a relationship. The parts that are also included in the middle initiative, which will be seen whether you're dating or not. Once you pick your level, it can't be changed partway through a step. The choice only comes up at the very beginning of a story section. We hope you enjoy whichever initiative. High initiative, thank you very much. Awesome, you're totally good. Enjoy Fatal Frame. Gwen, oh my god, I used to be so scared of Fatal Frame as a kid. Still I'm a little spooked by it. If I got a ghost on my camera, I would honestly think my camera was broken. and I would be more worried that my camera was broken because my camera is really expensive, than I would think that it was like an actual ghost. Hi Stash, what's up? I think she just like had a dream and jolted herself awake. Looking forward to seeing more of him. Baxter was different, but you liked him. Smiling, you hoped that he would become good friends this summer. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all thoughts of Baxter aside. You started making your way towards town. A little while later, you and Cove reached a main street in town. All of a sudden, you stopped walking. What's wrong? I think I heard my phone. You dug out your phone. Oh, and that's the. I remember this part. Okay. Well, of course I do. I love it. Skip.
It's nice.
Where are you? Skip. Just yell. Okay.
Hey, buddies.
And then
Me too.
oh, I was just joking, but anyway.
No way.
It was Cove's activity. It's good to have your own separate activities.
Hey. So.
Skip. Yeah. Alright.
No way.
News for someone else, specifically that her older brother Jude had a boyfriend. You vaguely knew who Jude was. I don't even remember this. Though this might be new. But even though you'd been friendly with Miranda for 5 years, he was already in an out-of-state college back then. He's in his mid-20s, you're pretty sure of that. What you knew for certain was that he had his own place and a real career and everything. Jude existed in a whole other stage of life than you, and hanging out with his much littler sister's friends had never been on his to-do list. Okay. He's been single for years now. It kind of seemed like he wasn't interested in anybody, and that was true. Sorry, I'm just moving the mic. I know that probably is making noise. There wasn't anyone here for him. He's been dating a friend he's known online for a long time. They've been playing games together since college. Oh, that's nice. This is my theory, but he might not have dated anyone else because all he wanted was to hang out more with that good friend, but no one ever says that to him. He never even hinted that there might be a thing until one day they were suddenly dating. But besides that, what's funny is I don't even know his name. Jude didn't talk about him to us until they'd already known each other forever. And now Jude has just started talking about him all the time. He just calls him Grant. Huh? Is his name not Grant? It's not. It's an inside joke about how they talked about school grants one time when they were first becoming friends. They thought it was funny how Grant was also a name and were going all, oh, I bet Grant could get a grant. Then it escalated to joking about a grant being named after some person named Grant. So his friend made Grant his username for everything, and it still is today. That's so cute. I would do that. You barely had a concept of Miranda's brother, and that one explanation was everything you needed to know about his boyfriend. But the story gave a real impression of who they were. Wow, Godspeed, Judy. Never let Grant go. That's nice. I bet they're really happy. It's so sweet. Thanks. Trying to follow the incredible story of Grant proved difficult. Miranda trailed off. Okay. This has been on my mind the whole time, but there was never a good chance to mention it before. What is it? There's a new person renting a condo in our neighborhood. Really? His name is Baxter. He's in college, so he doesn't look like he's much older than us, maybe Miranda's age. He's not gonna be what you expect, no matter how much you try to guess. The description put Terry on edge of a non-existent seat. This is fully different. This is fully different.
What?
A new man in town who's our age, Cove Holden, has been holding out on us as usual. I won't guess. You tell me what he's like. Monochrome. What does that mean? Baxter dresses in all black and white and a little gray. His hair is black with white streaks too. Huh? Cove had been correct. That kind of man had not been considered in the realm of possibilities for Terry or Miranda. He added onto your initial description with a couple thoughts of his own. More explanation was required to make any sense of it. Baxter is bold. He says whatever he wants and, well, you already mentioned how he dresses. But I don't care that he has a style or that he's not shy. What I don't get is the way he acts so impressed by strangers who have done nothing. Hey, okay, listen. I'm all for it, man. I'm good to appreciate a man who will just like who will just love me for no reason. Why not? Yeah, be impressed. You should be. I didn't give you a reason to, but you should. He said he wanted to hang out with us, me and Nina, this summer, and all this other stuff, and that was the very first time we'd met. I have no idea why he cares or why it was so easy for him to say that to people he knows nothing about. Because, Cove, not everybody is an introvert. Yeah, Quinn, I mean, listen. You don't need a reason. Hi, Deadpool Relentless. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Have you watched the new Deadpool movie? I haven't yet, so no spoilers. But, like, it looks really fun, and I really want to watch it. I've gotta find company to watch it with. Not that I can't watch movies on my own, I have. It's just, it's more fun when you have people who can joke along with you. It's like, hi, I love you. Yes. Hi, I love you. We haven't met before, but I love you. I will go up to people on the street, though, and I'll be like, hi, I love your earrings. Hi, I love your clothes. Hi, I think you look awesome today. You know, I give a lot of compliments just because I think it makes people smile. Playing Dragon Ball Z Budokai on your new mini PC console. Oh, that sounds so awesome. That sounds so fun. I personally haven't played Dragon Ball Z anything. But that sounds like a lot of fun. And congratulations on your new mini console. Oh, your name doesn't matter. Yeah. Hey, I don't care who you are or what you did as long as you love me. Isn't that like an actual song? You got the new exclusive popcorn bucket and drink. That's awesome. Hello. Hi. Awesome. Thanks. Yeah, I will definitely keep it in mind. Hi. D for D6LL, please do. I know you've been here before. Please do remind me of your name. I remember, but Verizon has taken up so much of my brain space. So if you could remind me, that would be great. Okay, so you got his number. No. Cove's eyes squinted and his nostrils squished inward from the incredulous scrunch that suggestion had given him. Considering the picture that had been painting, he couldn't understand why Terry would imagine anything like that had happened. Oh yeah, we got his number last time. How did we get his number? We don't have it this time. I wish. Then do it, and you should too, Cove. You don't meet a social butterfly like that every day. The black and white color scheme proves that he's a rare specimen. This Baxter is flapping around the town, coming to appreciate our two good buds. Cove and Nina, right? Like, flower buds and he's a butterfly. Harry, that pun is such a stretch. Well, he sounds like my kind of guy, and we could always use more friends. No, it's very possible to have as many friends as you need. Cove! This is escalating. The more fired up Terry got, the more Cove and Miranda wanted to shield themselves from the embers. The whole conversation had me snickering. I'd be just watching this, witnessing this. While normally the group was an even split between the sociable and the shy, this time Terry was on her own. No longer moving forward, Terry stood there with her hands on her hips. I'm gonna meet Baxter. Right now. Cove completely stalled except for his lips, which sputtered a response. What about getting food? I know the way. You can all go ahead. I'll be back before the food hits the table. You'll see it. Terry's slight chuckles contrasted massively with a hefty sigh from Cove. You're actually gonna go to a stranger's house and ask for his number? That's the plan? You know what? If anybody could do it, Terry could. I could never, but Terry could. Why do you gotta be like this? If I wasn't like this, me and you would have never been friends ourselves, and I probably wouldn't have been friends with Randy either. I don't live in this town. I can't miss an opportunity to connect. Otherwise, that'd mean leaving it up to chance or fate or Cove's ability to have the relationship progress on his own. I don't have all year for that. He'll be gone before then. Not to insult you for going slow, Cove. You're good the way you are. Baxter can be a butterfly and you can be a snail. not the snail. There was affection in Terry's extended metaphor, but Cove still frowned at the almost certainly correct assessment of how his connection with Baxter was going to develop. I don't like snails. How about being a sea turtle then? Okay, I'm a turtle. Good, you can accept that. Order me the General So's chicken, I'll get his number. Inspired by the name of her meal, or perhaps her meal was inspired by the sudden mission, Terry gave us military salute before flipping around. Miranda and Cove simply watched in disbelief. Wait, I can come too. Yeah, oh, Cove gave a halting yell, but he had no intention of stopping you. He had more foresight than you in that instance. What are we supposed to order for you? Oh. Spare ribs.
Alright.
Okay, he let you go, and you found when you looked ahead that Terry had stopped in her tracks. She waited for you after you announced your intention of going. Hi, Stash.
Thanks.
I knew you were a bud. The trip wasn't long. You'd barely left your neighborhood before the announcement of the change in plans, but there was no time to lose. Together, you'd sped down the sidewalk around the bend, and in only a few minutes, you'd returned to the ever-familiar sloped street. Terry's feet took her halfway down the road, smack dab between your house and Cove's. It was a force of habit. Which is his? She asked the question so naturally you almost missed realizing that she wouldn't have known where to even go if you hadn't decided to come after her. Almost. But you wanted to see Bastard. Worked out for the both of you. You pointed a finger towards towards one of the rectangular houses back up higher on the hill that she'd passed right by. That's it. Ooh, glad you're here. Let's go. She hoofed it in reverse, upwards to what had been the Forbidden Fortress. Though the former danger that haunted those halls had been released, and instead it was claimed by a proper gentleman. Terry fearlessly rang the doorbell. She never understood the true terror of the Donnells. Oh, of the Donnells. But one might think that they're...
Sash, no! Drop it. Got a treat? Thank you.
She just grabs my slipper.
Here you go. Have a treat. Good girl.
After all, she was still approaching the home of someone so unfamiliar to her, she hadn't known which house it was. But they would have thought wrong. Terry remained fully confident in the decision. You stood at her side, which hardly more justification to be doing this.
Hey, Sash, don't just get the treat bag.
The door opened, and there was the man you'd met 30 minutes ago. Baxter had said goodbye for today when he'd left then. What an overestimation of how long it'd be before you'd once again show him your face. Oh, he must have believed what he'd said because seeing you raised his brow and put a questioning edge back in his exclamation. Why were you back? Despite the initial recognition, though, his features all smoothed out to his default expression. Lidded eyes and a curved smile.
My pleasure.
He has such a deep voice. I'm a simple lady. Baxter's head angled squarely at Terry. It was a playful tilt.
Sash, no! What do you want? You want another treat?
You weren't there before. Still keeping his face turned to Terry, his deep brown eyes shifted towards you. You know, it must be popular to have such a rotating collection of company. I expected as much. Baxter blinked, and it was as if he'd never taken focus from Terry for even a second. His attention was on her so fixedly. Oh. He held out a hand decorated with sleek black rings to her, then gave a cordial introduction. I am Baxter Ward. How nice to meet you. The offered hand received a sprightly slap, a side five, in place of a shake. 1 second, I think Sash wants to go outside so she can eat.
You wanna eat? Okay.
She's a little hungry, and she didn't want to eat when I was eating for some reason. Usually she does, but she wanted to keep an eye on me. I'm Terry, a friend of your neighbor's. His interest is piqued. Baxter far less subtly looked between the individuals making a house call, trying to gauge motivation for it. With no hint to go off of, he's settled for asking directly. I
How
see,
are
and
you?
what can I do for you, my neighbor and friend of my neighbor's? Terry was gonna come either way, but I thought I'd check in. Is the condo nice? It's lovely. His voice was distinctly sweet and soft. The tone might have been born from a simple appreciation of the condo. Or it might have been because you cared to ask, with the quality of lodging, and the quality of lodging was irrelevant to how happy he was to answer. Quinn, thank you. I mean, I just play, like, whatever music. Usually Taylor Swift, or Gracie Abrams, or Maisie Peters, or, you know, like, singer-songwriter music. I just play it. I play along. I can't really do tabs and stuff because my fingers are little. My hands are small, okay? So sometimes tabs are really hard for me. But so I'll play chords. I love Taylor Swift if you couldn't tell. If you couldn't tell. Taylor Swift has been like the most constant person in my life. This is also a Taylor Swift cardigan. So I'm really representing the Swifties today. But yeah. Nina here, and Cove not here, talked about you moving in for the summer. It sounded cool to me. I decided to see you and your black and white hair for myself. I mean, no. Thank you, but no. I mean, like, listen. Being adult is very hard. It's very hard, okay? And sometimes you just gotta admire the little childish things, otherwise your life is gonna be really boring. So I think I'm as grown up as I need to be. The reason people were unexpectedly at his doorstep had been revealed. Baxter's response to such an intrusion was pleased. He instinctively brushed a few strands of dyed hair, smiling all the while. Yeah, Quinn, I bet it was not obvious at all that I love Taylor Swift. Not obvious.
Uh-huh.
You sounded cool, and you are. Let's swap numbers.
Really?
Really, this town truly is neighborly. I'm not from this place. Terry's reason for seeing him was far more tenuous than Baxter assumed. She didn't live in the neighborhood or the One Est or anywhere in Sunset Bird. She laughed heartily over it. Baxter snickered much more wryly. Neither of them had a care in the world. Then it's the social circle from whatever they come from that's so friendly. Even better. Does that mean I can have your number?
Certainly.
That would be excellent.
All
Good,
right.
good. Terry pulled out her cracked cell. Baxter did the same at the same time. His phone case was black and white, no surprises there. They hovered closer to each other, bent over screens and tapping away. After a mistype or two, numbers were exchanged. Thank you, welcome. Would it be alright if I had your number? And I'll give you mine. His head remained bowed, but his gaze lifted towards you. His cheeks went up as well in a sparkling smile. Of course, I'd love that. Baxter waited for you to get your phone out and repeated his number. You got it down and gave yours in return. The contact name on his list was Nina across the street with an exclamation point.
Perfect.
Thank you, Baxter. I know I am perfect. No, it's a joke. He slid his phone into his back pocket.
Honestly.
And I must admit, I was not expecting this vacation to go as well as it has. Even with a more generous estimation of my sociability, I imagine I need a week or two or more to find someone to exchange numbers with. Yeah, it would be. If we didn't laugh, my god, how miserable. I would be so miserable. Making dead mom jokes is very much how I coped with my mom's death. Instead, I have two new friends from the very instant I arrived. Oh, Baxter, this isn't even all. Since you've seen me and Nina Cove, it's only a matter of time before you meet Miranda too. And there's still Liz, obviously. Maybe even Lee will make an appearance. Yeah, Taylor Swift is awesome. And she's running the world right now, as she should be. So proud of her. I don't know her personally, but like, I'm so proud of her anyway. Because I was a fan of hers since Love Story came out. So it's been a while. The The news of yet more strangers being invited to Baxter's vacation had no visible impact on him. He replied contented and calm. I look forward to all of that. As you should. Now we need to make haste. There are other matters you must attend to. Lunch awaits. That's one way to put it. Baxter's formal tone seemed to be rubbing off on Terry.
See.
Ah, then I won't keep you. I hope to see you again soon, though. Please feel free to call or text at any time. Have a good day. Same. Bye, Baxter. Come on. Okay. Like 2 shots, you went off up the road. Baxter didn't move an inch from the entryway as you left. Neither you nor Terry spoke on the race to the restaurant. The clock was ticking. Every second longer you took could be another drop in degrees for the warmth of your meal. I know. Back in the day, it was either Taylor, Katie, or Kesha, yeah. And I was a Taylor girly. That didn't stop me from having Katie or Kesha, like, on playlists and stuff, but yeah. You're a Kesha guy. Okay. Awesome. That's awesome. I mean, I do love Kesha's music. Alright, you stopped to catch your breath, only when you were under the shaded awning of the Chinese restaurant. Terry wiped her fully exposed forehead with her palm.
Finally.
Making friends works up an appetite. Yep, good thing we're about to eat. You entered the building together leisurely, pretending to be normal people who arrived for lunch in a total reasonable way. Terry explained to the hostess up front that a table should already be prepared for her and you with 2 others. One who's short and in shorts, cute, freckled, big purple eyes, and a lacy top. She's shy, she probably didn't say much, but the hostess politely stopped Terry's babbling with a raise of the hand before she even began to describe Cove. That was plenty to get the idea across. You were directed towards the center of the dining area. Miranda and Cove were up there speaking quietly. In front of them was nothing more than 4 cups of water and a plate of 3 spring rolls. The dish was supposed to have 4. As sure as Baxter loved black and white, you knew it was Cove who ate the one that was missing. Even if food technically ended up in Cove's stomach before the 2 of you returned, an appetizer had to be cheating. Terry met the main course and it was not there. You could still take it as a win. She certainly did. Hey, we made it!
Hey!
Hi! Creases lingering on Cove's face showed he'd been worrying about the results of the unexpected pit stop up until the moment you both appeared. But since you'd strode up so victoriously, he was reassured enough to already joke about it. You barely made it. You know, we ordered a while ago and this appetizer is already here. Ah, close, but making it is making it. Did my good friends get what I requested? The sudden primness of Terry's speech was not lost on Miranda. She didn't understand that a bit of Baxter had been brought to the restaurant with the 2 of you. Yeah, I got it. General Tso's chicken for you and spare ribs for Nina.
Thank you.
Ah, yes, thank you. One of the empty seats was finally filled as Terry plopped down, satisfied after a job well done. You took the last remaining chair. So, did you actually see him and get his number? We did. Cove glanced your way, his wavy eyebrows raised in surprise. We was certainly the word that was focused on his mind. Oh, are you jealous? Jealous? You rejected us. You jealous now? Continued with comfortable ease. I got his number too.
Huh.
Wow. I think he's jealous. I think Cove's jealous. The group had settled into its usual rhythm with your proper meals when your proper meals arrived a few minutes later. Hey, you're totally good. Go see your brother, and yes, go get something to eat. Have fun. Enjoy your time. Go, go, go. Have a good night. You ate and talked, and not once did the topic return to the element of the unknown, Baxter Ward, but he remained a stuck corner in your mind. After many seasons in the sleepy town, you'd had expectations of what the summer of 2016 would look like. 2016? It had been all too easy to imagine. Okay, sure, you'd graduated high school. I did not graduate high school in 2016. I graduated in 2019, but okay, thank you. Your life wasn't going to be the same anymore, but it was too soon for that to warp the existence you'd had for over a decade. At least you'd thought so. And yet there was Baxter. He was something you'd not counted on in a single one of your vacation plans. You couldn't have until barely an hour ago, and now his number was on your phone. A new world, one you had no grasp on, was already poking its way into your old routine, and it had come in the form of a black and white ballroom dancer. You were lucky. The final days of familiar comfort had come, but the first sight beyond that was a charming young man asking you to spend time together. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by in the blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. You and Cove reached your neighborhood without event. It was late enough that your out-of-the-way street was dark and silent. Cove was giving you a piggyback ride back home. It was a long day out and about. You appreciated that you could rely on him to make things more comfortable for you. You tightened your grip on Cove and turned your head ever so slightly, peering at his face out of the corner of your eyes. You wondered why he felt so distant to you. It was out of character. For a while, Cove silently stared ahead and left you alone with your thoughts. It surprised you when you did hear his voice all of a sudden. He still wouldn't look at you. Okay, we've been through this. To go to school full-time. And to work full-time. And that was the basics. For a career, you'd thought you'd... Oh dear, I don't know. Start your own business? Find a company you'd work at and do contract work, I guess. For an education, you'd go to a private college, and that was all. For that, you wanted to go abroad. It'd all be happening so soon. You'd already applied to schools and jobs. You'd been open about your situation and everyone knew. Okay.
I don't know.
You smiled. I'll miss you. It was taking every fiber of your being to keep yourself together. Not this time, girls. Not this time. But you could already feel your chest tightening, imagining what it would be like without him right there. His face crumbled, and from your earlier assumption was proven correct as tears began to easily fall, etc.
It's okay.
I want you to get everything you want in life. Cove took a step closer. He placed a hand on your shoulder. Okay. You appreciated his attempt. You nodded. At that, his expression morphed into a look of careful confidence.
Good night.
Etc. Alright, alright, alright! Alright! Now we can play it. Great. Okay. We should do sightseeing first. Okay. You were perched on the couch of your living room doing nothing in particular. It was a quintessential summer afternoon. The weather was warm and the mood was lazy. So far, it had shaped up to be a pleasant day, if somewhat uneventful. No plans and no obligations beyond a few usual chores. Liz had already flitted off, enjoying herself. She'd left in the morning carrying a mysteriously heavy bag. You hadn't bothered asking her what she was doing or why it needed a little sack that clattered when it moved. She probably wouldn't be home till late. Your moms both had the day off, and like you had been using their freedom to do nothing of import. The group of you finished cleaning up from your shared lunch, and Mom struck up a conversation.
So,
what's next? Your mind was blank. You let the question hang, assuming Ma would be the one to reply, and glanced down at your phone out of habit. And right then, the screen lit up, presenting you with a potential idea. A text notification had come in. Baxter's name displayed itself. He sent more messages after the first. Messages after the first. You unlocked your phone to see it all. Hello and good afternoon. I am intending to go sightseeing and would love it if you could join me. You are quite welcome to invite anyone else along as well. Your phone buzzed one more time with an additional note. Sincerely, your friend Baxter. You do not have to sign texts, but okay.
oh.
Did your friends text you? Ma smiled at you with a raised eyebrows. Gluing your face to a phone for so long must have been a big tip-off. Baxter is inviting me to go sightseeing. Wow, perfect timing. Yes, that's nice. Baxter Ward seems like a lovely young man. He's a step up or two from the Donalds, that's for sure. Neither Mom or Ma had spent a lot of time around Baxter as far as you were aware. They'd met early in the summer, something unavoidable on the street, and had a few encounters since. I wonder where he's from. Ma didn't look to you for an answer, or her wife. She couldn't add to that topic and assumed no one else in the room knew either. It was a wonderment for the universe alone. Mom still pressed her lips together and thought, no clue. But what I'm curious about is, what is he studying in college? He's on a break from school, isn't he?
Well,
Yes, he did mention that he was on an off semester. Oh dear. But not more than that. Once the curiosity train left the station, there was no stopping it. The two traded questions back and forth, whispering with growing steam. There was someone on their street who was a stranger, a situation that hadn't occurred in a decade. What do you think his family is like? He's here all by himself. Again, none of you could enlighten the others. You had scarcely spent more time with Baxter than your parents, and you realized he hadn't been forthcoming with basic details. You found his let's see. We wanted to change that. There's only one thing to do about Baxter's mystery. Confront it directly. If he wouldn't lay it down on his own, you'd have to draw answers from him. You refocus on your phone and the formal message that had yet to get a reply. You answered the question casually. That'd be cool. I had lunch, so I can go over now. It didn't take long at all for Baxter to continue the conversation. Dear... He's really doing it like it's a whole letter. That is wonderful. I will see you soon. Best regards. Or an email. You smiled and turned to your moms. They had probably moved on to wondering if Baxter had a part-time job. Probably not. Both of them were concluding. See you two later. I'm gonna go see Baxter now. Have fun, kiddo. Yes, do that. Moskrin was as sweet as honey being used in a trap. You could see the ulterior motive from a mile away for the gossip. And if you happen to find out anything about our new neighbor, maybe think of telling your poor moms when you get back? Despite everything, Mom appeared amused at her wife's blatant attempt at info digging. Well, I'd be interested to hear it too, if Baxter doesn't mind his mystification being cleared up. You two are so nosy. It wouldn't be right for your moms any other way, even if it did mean trouble sometimes. I'm also really nosy. But it is a shame he hasn't actually moved into the neighborhood. I could invite him over and get to know him better myself. Sadly, that's not the case.
It's a shame.
He's a young man trying to enjoy his vacation. He should be out and about, not spending his limited time entertaining us old moms in our kitchen. Ma slumped her shoulders while expressing her limitations in this snooping matter. Though she immediately perked back up. It's different if he's making a friend his own age. If you don't want to ask or it doesn't come up, of course it's fine. I'm only saying that if it if it does, that I'd be curious to hear about it. Alright, I'll see how it goes. That's all we're asking. Thank you, sweetie. I won't keep you around any longer. Have a wonderful day. Take care. Bye! You gathered up your phone, wallet, a water bottle, and a few other odds and ends you imagined might come in handy during your unspecified outing. Okay. You left the condo, your formerly normal but boring day rocketing into an unknown direction. Baxter tended to have that kind of effect on things. Once outside, you crossed the street diagonally to reach Baxter's place. You found the doorbell and pressed it down. His doorbell was so much more reasonably placed. A second later, the man you wanted to see opened the door with a grin. From his quick response, you knew that he had to have been standing by. That's so cute. Also, I'm gonna get some chocolate. It's right here, anyway. Because I just got, like, my friend just came back from Canada, and she got me a bunch of chocolate from Canada. So I have special chocolate, and it's really fun because I love chocolate. Okay, you announced you'd be there, and he was ready for it.
Hello.
Thank you for coming. Okay. Hi, nice seeing you. Baxter's obvious pleasure at your attention, you smiled in return. He stepped out of his condo and closed the door behind him to stand by you. I appreciate you agreeing so last minute. However, if you do have prior arrangements, this can be done another day. Sightseeing is my usual itinerary, after all. I didn't have plans. Really, there was nothing to do.
Oh.
In that case, I'm glad today was the afternoon I asked. I've stopped in at least one scenic spot, tried a new restaurant, or browsed an unfamiliar shop nearly every day since I've been here so far. I've always had to go on my own, so this will be a special trip. Really? I'm impressed with how proactive you've been. Thank you. I've only had a few short visits to California in my life. Even then, I was underage and supervised by parents or guardians.
Is that fine?
Don't talk to me like that, Baxter. This summer is my first chance to truly experience what the area has for myself. It's also not gonna last forever, so I'd rather not waste my opportunities. His bold proclamation reminded you of how fleeting his presence really was in everyone's life. Exactly as he had suddenly appeared, it wouldn't be much longer until he vanished back to wherever he'd come from. It was impossible to pin down. So, completely unrelated, but do personal questions bother you? He tilted his head, stumped by the apparent non sequitur. You didn't clarify the originator of that topic. You didn't need to call your moms out like that.
I can do that.
Not at all. I'm sorry if it gave that impression. Was there something you wanted to ask me? He locked his door smoothly and tucked the key into his pocket. You're doing me quite the favor by accompanying me. He faced you again with a playfulness that was characteristic for him. I would be happy to tell you whatever you wanted to know about me.
My pleasure.
Please query me at your leisure. If there's anything you'd ever want to ask, I'm an open book in your hands. Baxter! Oh my god! Oh, I like him a lot more than I liked Cove. Ah, okay. I just really like the playful flirting. It could have stopped there and you would have expected it to end on a formal bow, but the exceedingly official sounding offer was flipped into something coy and full of possibility. There are many things I would like to know about you. You can't say something like that. You can't say something like that right now. You can't say something like that right now. What are you thinking? You can't say something like that. Okay. You can ask me whatever you want to.
Thank you.
That's a gracious offer. I'll take you up on it. He voiced no questions yet, but you knew with his grin that it'd only be a matter of his patience. Instead of asking him personal information, you needed to use your question asking authority for something else first. Where were you thinking of going sightseeing? Baxter placed his hand on his chin, considering. Ideally, the first stop would be your choice since you're so considerately joining me today. I might as well take advantage of your local expertise. After that, I can take you to a place that possibly even you haven't been to yet. I have a rental car, so it is no worry if you want to go somewhere that's too far to walk to. My choice will certainly require driving. I'm positive you stepped on every inch of this
What
town.
do you think?
Does that sound agreeable? Letting you pick the first place and following it up with somewhere you hadn't been to before despite living here your whole life? What did he think you'd missed? Maybe it was the overconfidence of a tourist, or maybe it was something trickier, but he'd caught you off guard again. With Baxter's promise to tell you whatever you wanted to know, you hadn't prepared for him to still be so hard to read. You should have known he wouldn't suddenly get actually straightforward no matter how direct he claimed he would act. Works for me. With what you understood about Baxter, his part of the day would be fun for the both of you, and he shouldn't have to plan everything. He is a friend, not your tour guide. Baxter flashed his shiny white teeth. Do you have anywhere in mind then? You pondered the request. If there was one place like Baxter, someone like Baxter should go see, what would it be? Inspiration struck. There was no place more iconic around. How about Shopping Street? The Shopping Street? I don't know what you mean. Okay. Given it was minutes away on foot, you worried you might have offered old news, but it didn't come up on the map as anything other than a few of the permanent shops. You had to be there to know. It's a row of local shops and stalls by the beach. It's right near our neighborhood. Really? His hanging attention encouraged you to continue. It's meant to be fun for visitors, not at all the typical grocery stores or clothing shops or things like that. Everyone should go there at least once while they're here. Baxter made a grand gesture of waving you on to lead out. Sounds absolutely perfect. Please, show me the way. You obliged, and the two of you strolled down the inclined street. Neither of you were particularly rushing, and it still took less than 15 minutes to walk down to the spot. You skipped over to the cement curb onto a worn, gray brick road were there. Okay. I don't know why that sentence is so hard for me, but it was. Tantalizing smells and a mix of attention-grabbing music drifted from the open doors and outdoor stalls. The different songs blended into one new tune, a celebration for your senses. As normal for tourist season, the path bustled with a crowd of excited visitors. Aesthetically, Baxter stood out from a vast majority of colorful tourists, but his enthusiasm matched their faces of awe.
I love it.
This is wonderful. Confident you had suggested the right choice, you let out a happy sigh. You continued wandering, but now you let Baxter direct the way. You merely followed along as he explored. He flitted to and from stalls like a monochrome butterfly in a flower garden. Terry had been more correct than she could have known when she made that comparison in the beginning of summer. While you had memories attached to each corner of the street, watching his first experience was almost like seeing it with fresh eyes yourself. You could easily recall the feelings you had coming as a child, being swept up in the energy and adventure of it all. Okay. You scrutinized the available stalls out today and realized Baxter would have a huge gaping hole in the experience. There's no magician performing tricks anywhere. That bit of shopping street wonder would go unknown to Baxter, even though he came all the way there. By chance, Baxter led you into the area where shows happened in the past. Cards and coins that appeared out of nowhere, and free balloons were inseparable from this place to you. Watching Baxter out of the corner of your eyes, it struck that you had never gotten this close to a tourist before. Everyone you knew well was also familiar with Sunset Bird, or at least something in the area. But he was another one of the temporary passersby. Hey, sometimes people do performances here. Oh, yeah. The most famous to me, anyway, was a magician called the Amazing Alexander. The Amazing Alexander, that sounds amazing! The sheer amount of thrill in Baxter made you happy he had taste, though his electric interest was honestly more than what you expected from hearing about a random street magician. But it was nice, so you continued. When I was younger, I had a friend who thought about doing his own show too. I think the leading option was for him to do either soccer tricks or racecrafts, but he was never able to do it for real. Baxter listened with amusement as you expanded the story. You were surprised that you could recall it as well as you did all these years later. It returned to your mind in waves. It was nice that Baxter was enjoying himself without seeing the show himself. Coming here, it was more than just showing a small part of the world you lived in. You had showed him parts of yourself. Now felt appropriate to use your privilege of asking him a question about himself. Okay. So, what are you studying in college? The pragmatic choice, I like it. I'm studying for a business administration and management degree. Okay, the expectation is that I will manage and/or administrate at some company in the future. He tilted his head, aware of the silly way he'd put it. Nothing too specific, I'm afraid. Wow, I would never have guessed. The careful sarcasm is the lowest form of wit and all that anyway. Hey, leave me alone. It might not surprise you to know that I can be a touch particular. I understand the importance of coherence, with individuals acting in a well-coordinated fashion. And I like things to function well for systems to operate smoothly.
Honest.
I confess, you could call me controlling at times, not with people, but with processes. Especially when it comes to enacting plans. I'd much rather act under my own steam than follow someone else's lead. I mean, I'm the same way. I'm only flexible with the personal, not the business aspects of life. And that's so fair. But that's enough about my aspirations. You know my story, so what about you? I'm curious to know what the world has in store for you further down the line. I just graduated high school.
Really?
Oh, really? My congratulations is an achievement to be proud of. If it's not too much to ask, where do you see yourself going next? College? Straight into a career, perhaps? You told him about your future plans. I don't mind. You had no problems discussing your plans with others in the past. There wasn't a reason that Baxter should be any different. 1 second. She's barking at the fly tape. And now she's woofing at me because it's a lot. buddy. What's up? What? You gotta calm down. You had no problems discussing your plans with others in the past. There wasn't a reason that Baxter should be any different. At your reply, Baxter moved in slightly, his eyes sparkling. Since you'd responded positively, he had no qualms about letting his curiosity show. I'm a little bit like you. My plan is to study at a private college, but I also wanted to pick up full-time work so my parents aren't covering everything. Baxter attentively waited for you to finish and nodded encouragingly. I think it's wonderful you have something you're aspiring to already. I wish you the best of luck. It's an exciting thing taking the first step on your journey. You just never know where you'll truly end up. Take me, for instance. I have never lived outside of my hometown until I left for college, and look at me now. Same. All of a sudden, I am in California of all places, cavorting about with a charming new friend. His brown eyes met yours briefly. Isn't that delightful? Life is nothing if not full of unexpected developments. I'd like to think that we're doing what we can to make the most of that. I didn't have to be here, and you could have pretended no one new had appeared in your small town and gone on as usual. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes next.
To hear it.
I feel the same about finding out where things go from here and now. Besides, we've only been talking about work and school and such. There's much more to life than that. The world would be altogether dull otherwise. You might not remember me mentioning it when we first met, but my most fulfilling hobby is ballroom dancing. It's a true passion of mine. You seem to remember him saying something along those lines. It's important to have genuine hobbies, don't you think? Speaking of hobbies, I like to read. Baxter inclined his head, attentive to your words. That's interesting. I had no idea. You had no idea? What do you mean you had no idea? Like what? I'm sorry. Do my smarts not come up? I mean, I guess sometimes I make stupid decisions. However, you know, I think you should have had an idea that I like to read. I think I give off a huge nerd vibe. A huge bookish nerd vibe. We actually have that in common. God, I love a reader. Fate smiles on us again. We should talk about it more sometime if you like. If I'm being honest, I do want to pursue it as a career somehow. I have looked into like getting into the publishing world, but it is so hard to break into. I know you're talking about stuff outside of work, but oh, that's alright. I'm sure I can find it in my heart to forgive you. There's nothing wrong with turning, something that you love into a career. For many people, that's the ideal scenario. In my case, while I enjoy it for its own merits, I would be wrong to imply that ballroom dancing is totally without, shall we say, remunerative? Hang on. Remunerative? Remunerative. Benefits. His tone took on a sly edge, and his eyes brightened with amusement. For those with a certain level of skill, there's some money to be had in the competitive scene, prize winnings and such. Hey there, I thought we weren't talking about money. I've been tricked. Baxter laughed heartily, his face apologetic.
I apologize.
I'm sorry to have deceived you, but I wasn't lying when I described it as a true passion of mine. Any additional compensation is nothing more than a fringe benefit. That's okay, I forgive you. I'm most grateful, and thank you for indulging me on the topic. I had fun. And then you were struck by the most obvious idea in the world. You were on shopping street, window shopping with a tourist. Baxter needed to get a souvenir for his days in Sunset Bird. He seems rich enough without me.
Gladly.
Excellent idea. I should find something nice here. He returned his exploration of the assorted shops, now with a renewed sense of purpose. The big picture had been replaced by every small detail. You lent support, pointing out hidden gems and offering the local opinion. He wasn't sure of what truly spoke of Sunset Bird. But after some back and forth, a change of heart, and then your advice, Baxter finally chose a cute bird figure carved from driftwood. The statue was pale and smooth. It fit in the palm of his hand, a perfect size to take with you. The wood was advertised as being from the very beach you were across from right at that moment. He was quite literally taking a piece of sunset bird with him. Baxter loved it, and you agreed that he'd made a good choice. You walked away from the shop side by side, with a successful purchase swinging between you. When Baxter was gone, he will only have to look at the driftwood statue to recall his days there. Your gaze wandered back to the man beside you who you still hardly knew, the one you had so little time to know. Hey, where are you from? Baxter put his hands casually in his pockets, his gaze wandering out over the crowds and the ocean and off into the distance.
Wow.
Well, in the most immediate sense, I suppose you could say I came here from Virginia. That's where my college is located, after all. But of course I know that is not entirely what you meant. I'm merely teasing. While I might study in Virginia, I'm actually from the proverbial Oregon Trail, born and bred. That's the state where my home is, if you can believe it. Oh, Oregon, that's not far away at all. Virginia, though, not so much. You grew up pretty close by then. We're practically neighbors.
Oh?
That's true, isn't it? Well, I might not be as close a neighbor as your friend Cove. When it comes to states, I grew up right next door. Lucky for me, then. The thought of this seemed to please him greatly. You got the impression that Baxter had a soft spot for these kinds of coincidences. You found this fact about him rather charming. Speaking of which, it's actually a little funny. The land my family home was built on, I suppose you could call it somewhat remote. It's a fair-sized estate, situated from a little ways off from the rest of the town. So until I moved into college dorms, I'd go as far as to say that I'd never had neighbors before. His demeanor was more thoughtful at this. As for you, the admission came as something of a surprise. In the time you'd known Baxter, which was admittedly not very long, this was the closest time you'd come to him being melancholy. Even then, it was the faintest of glimpses. You blinked and it was gone. A slate wiped clean. Another thought caught his fancy, and soon the characteristic grin was back on his face.
Not bad.
And any time now... Oh, in any case, now we are neighbors, and in the truest sense of the word, at least until my time in Sunset Bird reaches its end. It was a nice thought, in spite of a certain knowledge that it would all soon be over. The two of you shared a look which could be best described as neighborly. Is it hard living away from where you grew up? Do you miss it? Baxter nodded, not in agreement, but as if he'd been anticipating your question. It's a very common question. He answered almost before you had finished speaking.
No.
No. It was said so instantaneously, and with such a genuine smile that you were rather taken aback. You weren't expecting such a candid answer as that. It's like you didn't even have to think about it. Seeing your momentary look of surprise, Baxter's expression softened into something more demure. Maybe he'd had this reaction before, maybe many times. It's not so bad as it sounds. At a minimum, I can honestly say that I wish I missed it, if that makes sense. So you guessed you could understand that? I don't know how you feel about your hometown particularly, but you should at least be able to appreciate that I spent all of my youth there. I'm not so jaded as to totally discount. I can't read. I'm not so jaded as to totally discount the place, far from it. But anything I liked about my hometown wasn't exactly exclusive to that locale. The US is a big country, and there are plenty of beautiful things to see wherever you go. I've experienced enough to know that much, at least. His voice took on a tone of polite finality, not harsh, simply matter of fact. So no, I don't miss it, and I won't be going back. If my parents wish to see me, they'll have to be the ones visiting where I am. He snorted gently to himself. The idea amused him greatly. You got the feeling that he was enjoying a private joke at his family's expense. That could be one of the things you'd ask about later if he was willing to divulge. In any case, you could definitely relate to wanting to get away from it all. Oh. And spreading your wings somewhere new. Perhaps you were kindred spirits in that regard. How do you like it in Virginia? Oh no. Yeah.
Hi, buddy. Hi. Hello. Hello. Are you a best friend? Are you a best friend, Stash? You want to say hi? Come on, say hi. Hop up. Up, up.
She's like, she gets a little camera shy. But you can see her wagging tail. I think I quite enjoy being there for the most part. Come on, hop up. Good girl. Say hi to the people.
Say hi to the people. No, stay. Stay. No, don't leave me. Don't leave me. Hi.
Oh no. Almost got me there. I'd say I'd enjoy being there for the most part. As you can probably imagine, it's quite different from here or back home in Oregon, especially the humidity. Everything seems smaller there too. In California, it's like the sky goes on forever, and the mountains and the horizon are impossibly far away. Oregon as well, there's a scale there to the scenery that just doesn't compare. Whereas in Virginia, the hills are just that, hills rather than mountains. Quaint little things that really, and they sort of gently unfold everything. His gaze grew distant again as his mind conjured up memories of the landscape, like he was getting lost among those little quaint hills. Another good thing about it is the trees. Virginia has plenty of forest cover like Oregon, so at least in that sense I'm among the familiar. That tracks. I think I read somewhere that something like 2/3 of Virginia consists of forests, right? 2/3, I can readily believe it. You're well informed. His voice took on a hushed, affectionate quality. I must confess, I have a soft spot for trees. There are these beautiful eastern white pines planted all over the college dorms, magnificent all year round. Sash, what are you doing?
Thank you for giving me my slipper.
I don't know how you got it, considering I moved it over here ages ago. But thank you for giving it back to me. There are these beautiful eastern white pines planted all over the college dorms, magnificent all year round. When summer comes to a close, the needles get everywhere. They fall so thick in places that the ground around is covered in what looks like one big tan shag carpet. Whew. If you were to walk underneath any of the branches, you'd be picking out needles out of your hair until Christmas. You smiled at the mental image. Doesn't that make it kind of hard to maintain your whole black and white aesthetic? It's true, the natural tones do tend to clash. I have brown eyes at least, which means I can make it work if it comes down to it. But you'd rather not have to, right? A bemused grin. It's remarkable. You know me so well already. Something about the way he said that made your stomach go a little funny. Baxter hailed slowly, almost dreamily. There's another good thing about Virginia and Oregon have in common. With all the trees around and the variable climates, you truly get to experience the seasons changing. Summer to fall is especially beautiful, colors like you would not believe. He was about to get lost in thought again, but then caught himself. So to finally answer your question, yes, I'd say that I like it in Virginia a fair amount. The humidity is still a bit of a sticking point. He narrowed his eyes a fraction as the pun rolled off his tongue without his fully intending it. But at the very least, that's only an issue during the summer months. And happily for me, I've spent my summer elsewhere this year. You smiled, a private smile to yourself. Yes, happily for Baxter, indeed. What's your hometown like? I don't know if I got around to asking where in Oregon you're from specifically. Right, I suppose I hadn't named the place yet. It's a little town called the Golden Grove. You likely wouldn't have heard of it. Sure enough, you couldn't say you knew anything about the place. The name kind of rang a bell, though. With a name like that, sounds like you must have had a lot of forests over there. Baxter smiled with all his teeth. Of course, there's only one thing that springs to mind, isn't there? Sash, what do you want? Hi, buddy. All the pets. All the pets. It's built on the slope of a mountain and surrounded on all sides by woodland. In the fall, the whole area shines with the golden and orange patina of leaves. You almost forget that any other colors exist. No wonder they called it something so literal. It does make the place sound grander than it is, though. In truth, it's a small town, though not quite as tiny as Sunset Bird. You can easily stroll the length of this area. In the Golden Grove, you'd at least want a bike or similar to make the trip, though some locals do take the walk. It's a quiet, sleepy corner of Oregon, where hardly anyone ever comes or goes. You either move to the area to settle down, or you'd live there all your life to begin with. My ancestors fell into the former category. Myself, the latter. You've left now, though. I have indeed. I guess I bucked the trend in more ways than one. That certainly made sense. Ever since you'd met Baxter, he'd seemed like the kind of guy who always seemed to be making waves of some kind or another. Something about the way he said that made you think that he meant something else by it, though. With a personality like yours, you must have stood out, Baxter chortled. Now what could you possibly mean by that? No, with my level of openness and candor might not be strictly de rigueur in such a rustic setting. That's not quite what I meant. He hummed thoughtfully and tapped his chin with a forefinger, trying to find precisely the right words. After a moment's pause, he continued. You have to understand that this is a small rural town. A fair number of the residents are working class. There are some more affluent areas, but I suppose you could say that my family has a reputation in those parts as the local people of means. Or perhaps, to put it in more vulgar terms, you're rich. He snapped his fingers precisely, and for better or for worse, everyone knows it. If you were going to go there and pass my name around, anyone would know who you were talking about. He gave you a meaningful look as he said this. Please don't actually do that. It might embarrass even me. You got the sneaking suspicion that it wasn't really his own fluster that he was concerned about. He waved a hand with great indifference, as if to lazily swat his own words out of the air. You figured that this was all he felt like saying on the subject. If I'm ever in town, I promise I won't throw your acclaimed name around.
Very well.
Thank you. You needn't go out of your way on my account. Although if you're ever in the area, his smile took on an air of boyish amusement. I'm not planning on being in Golden Grove anytime soon, but all the same, I get the feeling it might not be long before I meet you there one way or another. Who can say? With that, his voice trailed off, and his gaze drifted off into the middle distance of contemplation. Having asked all the questions about Baxter's home you could think of, a final thought occurred to you. You know, I had you pegged as a city boy. He snorted, sincerely amused. Did you? I'll let you in on something else. In fact, I've spent enough time in a real city to know what being a city boy even means. Your twin laughs resonated together, a moment shared between two small town people. Stash. What are you doing, buddy? Hop up? Nope. Okay. As the day went on, the idle pauses and quiet minutes after this conversation, you'd catch yourself pondering the strange man you were coming to know. More and more, you felt as though Sunset Bird formed a vital part of your emotional core. Happiness to you was the sound of waves on the shore, the feeling of warm sand between your toes. Stash! Okay. Y'all, I gotta take Stash out to go to the bathroom real quick, but we'll be right back, and also I need to get more water. I know this is kind of a weird place to take a break, but when she's gotta go, so be right back. See you in 5? 5 to 7? Give me that. But yeah. Hello, hello. Thank you for your patience. Turns out my dog lied to me. I forgot my water on the kitchen counter. Give me a second. Okay. Now we're back. Now, let's get into this. Okay, more and more, you felt as though Sunset Bird formed the vital part of your emotional core. Happiness to you was the sound of waves on the shore, the feeling of warm sand between your toes. There was something so sentimental about the bright summer days that seemed to stretch out onto eternity, only to draw to a close in the end. Maybe you'd forever be seeing the world through sea glass. But Baxter was another person entirely. For him, perhaps the world was monochrome. Maybe it was golden, but with color of leaves instead of sand. Talking with him now made it impossible to ignore just how different your lives had been up till now. How separate your worlds were, all up until that moment when he showed up on your street. Now your lives were intertwined, however briefly, the forests and the sea foam commingling. Though you knew his love was in the trees and the fall air, you couldn't help but feel happy that he'd wandered his way down to the shore. To you. From there, you and Baxter continued poking around until he'd browsed every shop on the path. He even doubled back around, leading you all the way across again for a second glance. Despite the short length, it was easy to miss something even after a dozen passes through the area because it was so packed. But Baxter was satisfied with going through twice. He came to a halt at the end of the path, his attention leaving the shops and landing onto you. Thank you for showing me this place.
Hello.
This truly has been a fantastic stop on my California sightseeing extravaganza. He inclined his head gracefully. The shopping street was officially a hit. I'm glad it didn't disappoint you. Nothing this charming could ever disappoint me. Now, I suppose I need to hold up to my side of the bargain. I said I'd show you somewhere new, didn't I? Are you still interested in joining me and checking off an outing on my own goal list? Yeah, I'm not ditching you now. Fantastic. In that case, we'll need to return to the neighborhood. He sauntered off in the correct direction before clarifying what his plan was, leading you to trail behind him. With your brain abuzz all over the places he could be taking you, you mentally said goodbye to your old friend, the shopping street. You made it back to Baxter's rented condo and climbed into his also rented car. He brought up directions on his phone, though was careful not to let you catch a glimpse of the destination. He didn't even give you a hint. Then Baxter slipped his phone into the car handle slot for future reference and began to drive. You relaxed in Baxter's passenger seat, attempting to puzzle out where he was actually taking you. He was in a good mood, but any attempt at asking about the plan resulted in increasingly coy answers. After how many questions of yours he'd been answering, it was funny to have him suddenly act as if you'd never heard of the concept of sharing information with another person. You didn't push it. Inevitably, the veil of secrets would be removed. You only had to be patient. However, when he finally turned into a parking lot, you admitted that it was not what you had been expecting. Even if you didn't know what to expect, it was still something you would not have guessed in a million years. On the top of the spacious building was a human-sized white pin. The place he'd wanted to see was a bowling alley. Baxter led you to the entryway on Airlight feet. Even from there, you could hear the clattering of normal-sized pins getting knocked down, cutting into disco tunes playing in the background. The front desk advertised rates for playing per game versus per hour. Along the wall, a tower of shelves held dozens of shoes in all sorts of sizes, and past that were the shining alleys.
Alright.
Here we are. He was content, as if bowling was all his soul needed to find peace. You know, a bowling alley isn't what most people think of as sightseeing. This is normal Monday night stuff. Sightseeing is all about the sights you want to see. You glanced at the sparkling floors, walls, balls, and even couches. It was certainly a sight. Personally, I've never been bowling in my life. I wanted to try it longer than I can remember, and well, what better opportunity than when I'm on vacation? Wouldn't it be so much stranger to try it whilst I was living in my regular life? The life that I must remind you had never been bowling in it before? had never had bowling in it before. Okay, it would be entirely unexplainable. Here, I'm a tourist, doing new things as part of my job description. I won't argue with that logic. It was too entertaining an argument, and there was nothing wrong with him wanting to have his fun now. Hanging out with Baxter, seeing firsthand how he was living, you're compelled to ask yourself, had you really done everything you wanted to? You were reminded of the fact that your time in Sunset Bird had its own limits, and you could very well be reaching the end of that line soon. This would be the last summer you had before becoming an adult, before taking your first step into everything that lay beyond. Sometimes, lying awake in bed at night, you'd feel the tension like a bubble in your chest, the worry, the excitement, the anticipation of what the future might hold. Before that, how could you make the most of what had remained? You weren't sure about how to answer those questions, but in the current occasion at least, you didn't have a chance to ponder them further. Baxter chimed in again, your train of thought evaporated.
So?
Since we're on the subject, have you ever done this before? Bowling, I mean. I guess I've done it once or twice. I see, but have you been to this particular bowling alley? I know it's quite new. What? You glanced at the sparkling floors, walls, and you'd catch it. We already read this part of the line. Hi, Lime Break! Yes, this is a romance game. It's a whole visual novel thing. It's very fun. Hey. Not a single thing had any sign of wear and tear, and none of it was familiar. No, I haven't been. Baxter smirked, victorious.
See?
Who's your husband, oh? Well, right now I think we're kind of on a, not really a date, but kind of also sort of a date with Baxter, which is really fun. Someone on a roster, though. We have a roster. It is really just Baxter and Cove. That's the roster. It's really 2 people, but like, you know, still, it's a roster. Yeah. So this is Baxter. I don't know if we'll see Cove today, but I think we will see Cove. We'll see Cove in a minute. But yeah. So I did bring you somewhere you'd never seen before. Alright, you tried. I'll give you this one. Thank you. I'll take what I can get. Thank you. Now then, should we get in line? They seem to be popular today, or perhaps this is considered a slow day. I have no basis of comparison. But we might be waiting for Elaine. It's alright. The 2 of you joined the queue at the counter. Have any of you ever gone bowling as a date? I have once. And I'm really bad at bowling. Like, so bad at bowling. I'm so bad at bowling. Okay, tell me your bowling date story. Cause I'm so bad. I got strikes all around. I was so embarrassed. You laced up your shoes for a sec, and that was it in terms of finishing preparation. There was time aplenty to kill before your round would begin. Well, since you were here... What's up with the black and white thing? He looked down at his outfit and shrugged. I don't think of it as being much of a thing. Black and white happen to be my favorite colors. It's the only colors you ever wear. You even dyed your hair to match. That's more than a color being your favorite. Baxter quietly absorbed your words with a wry smile, clearly more amused than embarrassed. So you're actually, you could kiss if you beat me? Ha! For all that he just downplayed, he totally owned this strange quirk of his character. Wait a second, so if you lost, you couldn't like what? Like you don't get a kiss if you lose? Like what about like a little consolation prize? Like
Alright.
I admit, one could say that I'm rather dedicated to the aesthetic as a whole. I came to it gradually, though I've had some level of affection for black and white since I was a small child. Anyone who knew me back then could have told you as much. I was very forthright and outspoken about my preferences, as children can often be. But it wasn't until a few years ago that I made the conscious decision to align my fashion choices with that underlying attachment. It was around then that I came to understand how clothing could be an expression of your personality, a way of showing yourself to the world. I wanted to make a statement, you could say, so I started experimenting with more grayscale looks and began selectively tailoring my wardrobe around a limited palette. You get competitive with... I also get really competitive, even though I'm bad at sports. Oh no, that's so unfair though! That's so unfair that she didn't tell you that she was in the college bowling club. She set you up, dude. She set you up. Total hustled you. Totally hustled you. I would have cried too. Yeah! Man. I hope you've had better dates since then. For me, dates for me are so stressful. I just think of them as romantic job interviews. For some reason, that's less stressful to me than a date. Oh my god, a date. Dude, does this person like me? Do they not like me? Like, job interview. Romantic job interview. They're giving me their application, they're giving me their resume. I'm here to see if they align with the position, you know? But as I looked further beyond my own social group, I found a diverse range of alternative subcultures which drew upon the monochrome theme. There was a lot of appeal for me there as well. I ended up adapting many of them into my own personal sense of taste.
So,
The rest, as they say, is history. Well, congratulations on the long-term relationship. Yeah. That actually made a lot of sense now that it was all laid out in front of you. It was like that one small choice early on had snowballed, gathering momentum as time went on, and now it formed a core part of who he was. But if that were the case, then the question remained. So what made you like black and white in the first place? As a kid, I mean. Oh, that. He leaned in closer and playfully threaded his fingers together under his chin. Can you guess? What? It wasn't like him to beat around the bush. The fact that he was choosing to toy with you a little about this was not what you'd prepare for. However, you supposed to, what, did you really like Oreos? You must really love zebras! Not quite. Oh, I do have a fondness for most black and white animals, in fact. And most certainly, zebras are majestic creatures. But I prefer horses on the whole. You can't tame a zebra. No, you can't. Many people have tried, actually. They have an incredible ducking reflex and a very nasty bite. I mean, I don't know about the bite. What's it? That's just bite was looking at them. She was gonna hop up in bed and then we thought we could do it. Okay, hop up. Do you have commentary now? What? My character's name is the same as my name, Nina. And that barking animal is Stash. She's in a mood today. Buddy! Okay, well, let me get her. I don't know what you're so upset about, Stash. I spoil you with 500,000 things. Stash, like mustache, like secret stash. Stash with a T. But yeah. Okay. But I prefer horses on the whole. You can't tame a zebra. Oh, we already read that. Next. In any case, that's not the reason I latched on to the black and whitest colors.
see?
I'll try and make it easier for you. The crux of the matter is this. Why do I, Baxter Ward, like the colors black and white so much? Is that supposed to help me? Is that supposed to help? Is that a hint? That doesn't help me at all. Wait a minute. Black and white. Baxter Ward, black and white. Oh! B and W? Because BW, Baxter Ward. BW, black and white, BW. Is it because of your initials? He grinned from ear to ear. The punchline finally revealed the face of sheer delight. You got it. Brilliant, isn't it? And I have to give you credit. You managed to see the picture without every piece of the puzzle. The truth is, my full name, Baxter's cringy. Well, they're young. They're young. They're like 18, 19 years old. Who isn't cringy at 18 and 19 years old? My full name is Baxter Alexander Ward. 3 out of 3. So B-A-W for Black and White and Baxter Alexander Ward. He rested his chin in his hands and beamed at you, the very picture of smugness. You'd hardly seen him this contented in all the time you'd known him, which is not that long. I can't believe that's adorable. Baxter just giggled boyishly at your response and swept his fingers idly through his bangs. I confess, as a child, I came to believe that Black and White had to be a part of my identity as soon as I realized how well it coincided with my own name. It's almost like magic in a way. Names carry power and importance. Kids love those kinds of coincidences. It's part of the mystery of youth. Magic, huh? You were reminded of something that happened earlier. Is that why you reacted when I mentioned the amazing Alexander? Because it's your middle name? Ah, well spotted. That's correct again. You could say I wish to be an amazing Alexander in my own right. He's so silly and so goofy. I've always been fond of my full name. It's a very nice name. Thank you, I'm delighted we are in agreement. At any rate, I'm sure you can understand at last why I'm so attached to it and to my favorite colors. You certainly did. Who knew that a simple question would lead to such a strange and unexpected answer? In the past few minutes, you'd ended up learning much more than you bargained for about the hidden depths of Baxter Alexander Ward. The conversation successfully filled the waiting period, and an attendant suddenly called you over. A lane was free. Excellent, thank you. Together, you headed over to the rack of house balls, where Baxter began to size them up. So they come in different weights. Interesting. He touched a forefinger to his chin, pondering the choice carefully. You picked a lighter ball. What are you doing? Okay. Confident in your ability to handle that. It was a vibrant orange color with a pretty marbled pattern. Baxter nodded at your choice. A good option. Less weight, more opportunity for speed, perhaps? Though I think I will go for something a shade heavier myself, and besides, he picked out a mid-weight ball. That one a dark ebony black, and flashed you a wry smile. This one is more my style, don't you think? Now, care to take the first shot? If that's what you want, I'll do it. Marvelous. I'm looking forward to this. Best of luck. Oh no, I'm gonna embarrass myself. Okay. Mr. Monochrome took a seat on the striking red couch to watch. Him and that couch almost looked like some kind of modern art display. Yeah, he would. But you weren't at a gallery. You were at a bowling alley, and he was waiting for you. So no staring. You eyed the pins at the far end of the lane, gauging the distance. A breath in, a breath out. You raised the ball behind you, took a few steps forward, then swung. Well, at least you hit something. You were relieved to have knocked something over. It could have been worse, you knew from experience. Baxter gave an encouraging round of applause. He wasn't the trash-talking type, no surprise there. Since it wasn't a strike, you had one more attempt at this frame. You waited for your ball to be returned, then lined up another shot. This time, the ball zipped down the lane and tipped over some more of the pins, but not quite enough to get the spare. That was too bad. Okay. The triangular arrangement was reset, and the scoreboard flashed up with Baxter's name. You took a seat on the faux leather just as Baxter limbered up for his first shot at the game. Let's see how this goes, shall we? He turned the ball over in his hand a few times, as though it were an alien object. You eventually figured he was searching for the holes to put his fingers through. It was more than obvious that he'd never so much as touched a bowling ball before. After more fumbling, he managed to work out the grip. Wish me luck! Good luck! Not one for hesitation, Baxter took a couple large strides and set the ball rolling. It hurtled down this lane straight on. At first, oh dear. You watched the ball curve massively to one side. It reached the end of the lane barely. It clipped at the very back corner pin, which fell right over as the ball dropped into the gutter. 1 point for Baxter. He turned to you and grimaced playfully. Can you tell this is new to me? Bessie, I'm right there with you. Thank you. Well, here's hoping I can do a touch better than that. Baxter retrieved his ball, rolled his shoulders, taking form in front of the lane. His eyebrow was furrowed in concentration. He wasn't as hasty as before. He took his time to line up the next shot. 1 step, 2 step, a 3rd step, and release. It shot up like a cannonball, barreling ahead. It still curved slightly at the last moment to knock one of the center right pins head on. 5 more points. Baxter nodded to himself, satisfied at the improvement. 60% success is plenty for a first attempt. It's all part of the learning process. 0%. I am 0%. I would be so stressed if I was on a date with this man who'd never gone bowling in his entire life, and he was like 5,000 times better than I was. And I mean, granted, I've only been bowling like 3 times, but still, like, I'd just be sitting there like I am gonna pretend I never went bowling as well, you know? Like, me bowling? No, never. What? Me? No. As the game proceeded, you and Baxter settled into a rhythm. You exchanged friendly chatter between frames with the odd quip or moment of celebration thrown in. You gotta turn on the guardrails. I would. It was a comfortable way to pass the afternoon. An idle moment. You found yourself wondering more about Baxter again. The two of you would be there for a while yet, and if you felt inclined, it wouldn't be too hard to strike up a more in-depth conversation. You chuckled to yourself at the convenient pun. I was wondering, what's your family like? Baxter straightened up properly. He'd guessed you'd ask something about this sooner or later. It's not the most exciting story, all told. My immediate family consists of my mother, my father, and myself. For better or worse, I am an only child. I'm an only child. That tends to not surprise people. His voice took on a slightly lilting quality, as if he was reciting something he'd practiced many times over. In many ways, my parents are the prototypical example of success, where they're affluent, sophisticated, and have a wide-reaching and influential social circle. As families go, I suppose I'd have to say that we are a happy set. As sometimes happened with Baxter, you weren't convinced he was giving you the whole picture. You couldn't help but give him a curious look. What about not in general? His eyes narrowed knowingly, and his mouth pressed into a thin smirk. I can see you're not content. I love my parents, but that's not to say that there aren't complaints to be had. It's a mutual feeling. They understand care through the lens of control and protection. That's been their way ever since I was young. In that sense, they treat me no different than a child. But of course, they are quiet, educated, esteemed, and a tad old, as is their company most days. That's not the environment to act as a kid. Okay? My nose is so itchy. Okay. That meant I was always expected to behave with the maturity of someone their own age, or perhaps even older somehow. A bit of a paradox, isn't it? Do everything as an adult would, while getting the respect an infant does. As for me, I think of myself as much more of a free spirit at heart. I'm my own person, and I'd like to enjoy life in whatever way I see fit.
Wow.
You could say I'm a bit of a rebel. Would I, though? Would I? Mr. Never Gone Bowling before? In what ways have you rebelled? He said it almost furtively, like he'd divulged some important personal secret. You're the politest rebel I've ever met. He shrugged in blasé sort of manner, accepting your quip without complaint. Speaking of your parents, where are they now? You didn't mention them visiting Sunset Bird. They're at home, most likely. I don't know for sure. Huh, that was odd to you. Why did Baxter come to here during his semester off instead of going back to his family home? I don't want to stay with them or go back home to Oregon at all, in fact. More rebellious behavior on my part, you see. His tone was a strange mixture of proud and diffident, like he knew how frivolous it sounded, but had decided to own it anyway. Mother and father agreed to me vacationing on my own, but under the condition that they would have the choice of where I stayed. California being fairly close by, and Sunset Bird being so quaint, not to mention our prior excursions to the area, they concluded this was the easiest way to keep me out of trouble. They had it all planned out, a safe summer holiday for their only child. He couldn't help but be surprised at that. He'd said a similar thing. When you two first met, actually, that his parents had sent him here to keep it from being exciting. Sure, Sunset Bird was small and sleepy for the most part, but it was still the Californian coast with Prism Vista City, and Prism Vista City was right there. What part of that was unexciting, especially since he had his own rental car? What would you normally do if a summer in SoCal is unexciting? You posed this question to him, and Baxter's casual demeanor underwent a change. His customary relaxed smile took on a wickedly sharp edge, and his eyes flashed with a devilish mischief. The change was so surprising, you couldn't help but imagine what his prim and proper parents would think if they were here to see it. He shifted closer, conspiratorially, and spoke in a hushed voice. Do you know what the legal age requirement for renting a car in the state of California is? 21? 20? You're right on that first count, it's 21. Okay, he said it totally casually, almost without inflection. I am, however, 19. Oh. You were rendered momentarily speechless. All this time you had no idea. Baxter carried on speaking, not noticing or politely ignoring the implosion of your thought process was undergoing. The truth of the matter is that my parents, being uncreative people, had full confidence that I wouldn't be able to rent a car. That's why Sunset Bird was chosen as my destination. But I don't have the same issue. There are ways around the age limitation, as you might have gathered. Since I'm over 18 and have control over my own bank accounts, I honestly don't know why they bother trying at this point. The whole situation tickled you a little. It had to be extra work to get a hold of the car, and all Baxter did with it was sightseeing. Even with the law breaking, there was something so proper about him. So how did you manage it? It wasn't all that difficult. Honestly, I didn't have to do anything awful, don't worry. Fake ID? I have a large number of social connections myself. Members of the dance circuit, acquaintances from the country club. Oh, so you had someone rent the car for you. Fellow students from college, miscellaneous family friends, the list goes on. The point is, I'm fortunate enough to have a connection in the area who had an extra car, which was mine to use provided I covered the cost, plus a little extra, of course. The throwaway of this last part gave you pause. Baxter's idea of a little would probably put Cliff's Holden's $20 to shame. Okay, that's good to know, I guess. Splendid. Glad that's squared away. He gave you a saccharine smile, all honey, and that, for now, was that. In what felt like no time at all, you arrived at the final frame of the match. You glanced up at the scoreboard. The points had been neck and neck all game, and even in that final moment, it could still go either way. Really? I feel like I'd be really far behind. You went first, and would end the first, and barely managed a spare with the first two balls, but you got an extra turn for that. With that, it was officially your final chance to take the lead. A strike here would put you out of Baxter's reach. You remained calm and shot your shot. The ball made a smashing contact with the set. They toppled like dominoes being hit with a bat. The corner pin wobbled, holding out on a total collapse, and ultimately, it remained upright. Oh, almost a strike though. You missed the strike, and Baxter was still in the game. It was his turn to grasp victory. Baxter was in the picture of seriousness. He breathed in and out through his teeth, laser focused on this last shot. The first ball was a strike. He got 2 more turns. The second swing ended only with 8 down, but a spare would be enough to call it. Luck wasn't on your side. The final ball curved, not towards the gutter, and instead exactly the way it needed to knock over the 2 remaining pins. No, it was over for you. Hi, Devin! We're playing Our Life right now, which is pretty fun. We're on a little date with Baxter. How are you? Baxter pulled at his collar, relieved and pleased. It was a hard-earned win. Then Baxter came over and offered you his hand to shake, the very model of sporting behavior. You took it. He'd fought hard on the win. Baxter grasped your hand firmly, and the two of you shook. He grinned.
Thanks.
Thank you for the game. I had a lot of fun. Are you sure you haven't played before? Baxter laughed and gave a theatrical bow. It's all down to beginner's luck, I can assure you. I don't believe you. Based on his unwavering excitement since he'd arrived, Baxter probably would have been just as content to lose. The joy of a new experience was what mattered to him in the end. The game reaching its conclusion, you wandered over to the main counter to return your rental shoes. Your sightseeing bowling adventure was finished. As you left the building, Baxter was quiet. He must have had something on his mind. He lifted his face to the twilight sky, then met your eyes. Well, we've had our fun, and the day is getting short on time. I suppose we could return to the neighborhood now. That was a question, not a statement. Baxter touched his chin in contemplation. He hadn't struck you altogether thrilled by the idea, and coincidentally said the exact thing out loud. I'd be disappointed to go home. Would it be asking too much for this to last a little while longer? I'm not sure about you, but after the thrill of our bowling match, I've become a little hungry. Aw, man. This is so funny, because I just mentioned, like, you know, whenever I'm planning dates, it's always activity and then food, and here we are. Activity finished. Now he's trying to get us to dinner. This is a date. This is a date. This has to be a date. Now that Baxter had mentioned it, you realized your stomach was totally empty. You'd been out and about for hours. Sure, I could eat something. The prospect of having more opportunity to hang out lightened Baxter's already chipper mood. That's excellent. He furrowed his brow in thought, tapping a forefinger to his cheek. Now, where to go? I noted there's a food of a sort at the bowling alley itself, but I can't say that would be my preference. I'd hope to bring you somewhere nice, ideally a place you know already that you like. We've had enough new experiences for one day, I believe. I'm not certain there's anywhere around here that could fit the bill. He lapsed into a thoughtful silence, at a loss for the best course of action. He was in need of some suggestions that was possible. Surely there was somewhere near Sunset Bird that would work. You discounted the 2 main restaurants in the town that your family normally ate at. Baxter had already ruled out the bowling alley. Something fancier was required for a man like him. Fancy. Wait, that reminded you of something. Lazy afternoon sitting with your moms on a paved stone patio, watching your sister play golf over the sprawling green hills. Of course, you didn't know, but you hadn't thought about it before. How about the Cypress? My parents are members of the country club, not too far from here. They have a restaurant, and I think it'd be perfect for you. Baxter looked blankly at you for a few seconds, blinking slowly. Then he opened his mouth in an abrupt interjection. What? Wait a moment. You mean to say that your family has a membership for the Cypress, the country club? Yeah, I just said that. He barked a sudden laugh. That's incredible! So do I! Or, rather, my parents do. His words took a few seconds to register, then it hit you. Baxter had a Cypress membership? He wasn't even from California. Your surprise must have been evident from the expression on your face, because Baxter quickly continued with his explanation. One Cypress is only a couple hours from where I grew up. The local dance circuit back home frequently used it as a venue for their events. Oh, I didn't read that. California is their home state, however, it's still quite a coincidence our parents had that membership in common. Yeah, it is!
Perfect.
But with that connection between us made, I must agree that it would be the ideal place to dine for the evening. Great! You agreed with your own idea even more, so the serendipity of the moment hard to believe. You were getting used to that kind of thing with Baxter. Strange luck and happy coincidences seemed to follow him around more than most people. Having settled on a place to eat, Baxter led you to his car with a spring in his step. The prospective jaunt to the Cypress obviously delighted him. He sped towards the general direction of the Sunset Bird in the midst of its namesake period of day. Okay. The faint wisps of clouds overhead were painted a pale orange. When you pulled up the country club, the sun was hanging behind the trees which lined the golf courses. You were led out to a recognizable dining area right away by a host, where a table for 2 was nestled in a quiet corner. He passed you menus and excused himself. A woman in a handsome waistcoat and jacket was beginning to light candles for the coming night. She paused to attend to the new guests. Good evening. I'll get you water immediately. Is there anything else I could bring? Good evening. To you. One moment. I'm familiar with their offerings. Would you like to order now? Yeah, sure. You'd mentally gone over what you wanted on the drive. Baxter smiled sweetly at the waitress who readied a notepad to take your orders. It got sorted shortly, and she too took her leave. After that, there was nothing to do but make yourselves comfortable. It felt nice to have some time to relax. You reclined in your chair, stretching out your legs, and idly peered around. You'd come at a good time. It was the middle of the week, and earlier in the evening than most people would go out for dinner. As it was, you had the entire place to yourselves. Baxter shifted into his seat, the wicker creaking quietly. He rested an arm casually over the back of it. A soft sigh broke the comfortable silence. It's a pity it's so quiet. I'd have loved for there to be some music. He flashed you a lopsided grin. Or dancing, even. That's asking for too much, I know. However, when I visited the Cypress, either here or home, it's livelier than this. Such a shame, but I suppose they can't have a soiree every night. You were nodding along to what Baxter was saying until something about the last part caught your attention, here or at home. Hold on, you've been to this specific club before? Yes, that's right. It was only the once, about 5 years ago, I believe. You remember I mentioned that the dance circuit used to meet at the Cypress. That's partially thanks to my parents, but regardless of why, the group had friendly relations with the company. So, when we were traveling to other locations for competitions, it was a tradition to host events at other branches of the same club. While we were here, it was only a formal meal, unfortunately. We were meant to rest between dances rather than spend the evening on the floor. It was a dull affair, as you might imagine, although I did manage to get some fun out of it. It so happened that another event had been booked for the same day, a true celebration. Okay. They had live music and the space was open for couples to dance. How lucky for me. I snuck out of the dinner and came over to where the real party was. It was the night of the Cypress's summer soiree. Perhaps you know all about that as a fellow member. No way, no way. I was at that party too. You were pretty sure that you remembered right. Your moms had made a big deal of it, calling it your first step in becoming more of a grown-up. You'd definitely been 13 at the time. It had to be the same party Baxter was talking about. There wasn't any other explanation. Baxter's eyes were very wide as he stumbled to explain this to him. I don't believe it, so we could have met all those years ago. You nodded slowly, thunderstruck. You really might have. Baxter brought a hand to his mouth, his lips pursed in a thin line. That's so arbitrary, so unfortunate, like fate was toying with us somehow. He clicked his teeth. The fact that it obviously sat so wrong with him was almost as much a surprise as the revelation itself. It wasn't often that Baxter wore anything other than a selection of smiles. As if hearing your thought, he quickly rearranged his features into something less morose. Well, now I suppose that there's little point crying over spilled milk. These kinds of coincidences are something special. It would be inconsiderate to complain that it didn't quite pan out perfectly. We might not have spoken, but who knows? Our eyes might have met, or we could have caught a glimpse from a distance. And even if not, I am glad we have been in such proximity. Oh, he's a charming motherfucker. He gave you a proper smile, and you did your best to return it in kind. Baxter was right there. There was no point in regretting things that might have been different. Trying to keep the conversation lighthearted, you found yourself recounting the stories of Liz's golfing trips here. Your sister golfs. That's surprising. I'm not sure why it's surprising, but it is. Yeah, when we were little, she used to talk about competing at the Olympics, but maybe it's a good thing she gave up on that idea in the end. She was always shaking dirt from the sand traps out of her shoes when we got home. Baxter laughed at that. The sound ringing clear as a bell over the empty patio, the grass, the water, as the sun's dying light caught them all. You'd missed this place. It had been too long since your last visit. Excuse me. The train of thought was interrupted by the sound of the waitress arriving with your food. 2 steaming plates were placed in front of you, and then you were alone again. Neither you nor Baxter wasted any time tucking in. The food was as good as you remembered, and by all accounts, Baxter was content with his choice too. But you didn't necessarily have to eat it in perfect silence. You searched for a topic of conversation. You're single, right? Oh, his laid-back demeanor sharpened around the edges. His eyes were smiling at you, even if his mouth wasn't. He enjoyed the implications of this question a great deal. If you were asking if he was single, it was probably because you cared about what the answer might be. No, I don't. I don't. His rich brown eyes found yours. I'm unattached. That shouldn't be news to you, though. That was true enough. Ever since his first introduction to Cove, and when he first arrived in Sunset Bird, Baxter had been open about the fact that he was absolutely, extremely available.
So?
How about you? Is there no special someone in your life at this moment? I'm single as well. Oh, I see. Have you ever dated before? He answered you without missing a beat. I have. Nothing long-term, you understand. I haven't suffered any tremendous heartaches as of yet. Being single comes very naturally to me. Yeah. And besides, I don't think I'm even old enough for anything to have truly qualified as long-term.
Oh.
But I've certainly had some experience, let's put it that way. Why is he looking at me like that? Why is he looking at me like that? He tittered innocently at his apparent double entendre. I'm glad love hasn't been too hard on you. Me too. Having said his piece, his expression dimmed, his eyes wandered lazily away. Sorry if it's embarrassing to talk about. After pressing him about the topic for a while, it had occurred to you that perhaps you'd been digging too deep. Thankfully, Baxter didn't seem to mind at all. If anything, he seemed to welcome it. Baxter gave you an amiable smile, completely unfazed. The idea that there might be anything embarrassing about the topic of romance only served to amuse him further.
course.
Stop being amused by me! Stop it! I am giving you no hints. No hints, I don't like you. What? Me? Like you? No. Never. Why? That squared pretty well with what you knew about him. It wasn't surprising that someone as outgoing and uninhibited as Baxter would be relatively difficult to knock off balance. It does credit you to be worried on my behalf. That wolfish expression made another appearance, but I'd say I'm enjoying myself. That was a relief to hear. You wouldn't have wanted to overstep. So, like, who was your first crush? You knew this question was coming out of the blue, but you were curious, and since you were on the topic of romance anyway, if not now, then when? And besides, Baxter had already reassured you that he wasn't going to be touchy about these kinds of personal questions. He scratched his cheek thoughtfully, trying to recall a memory. Very interesting question. It could be hard to put an exact date and time to emotions. I'd say I was a little bit of a late bloomer. I didn't develop a soft spot for anyone until I was, 12? Some people I knew had their first crush years before that. Okay. But there was another kid who would attend the same dance hall that I did, though we practiced totally different disciplines. I was naturally there for ballroom. They were a ballet dancer. That is so contemporary romance of you. But that's something in the past. In truth, when it comes to attraction, I find discussions on flames that are still alive to be more worthwhile. And that was the end of the story, as sparse as it was. Anyway, that's enough about me.
What do you
Your turn. I know we spoke about dating before, but who did you first feel a connection with? Was there anyone? If someone from school, you wouldn't know who I mean. It had been a while back, but your first crush had been a classmate of yours. They didn't live in Sunset Bird, and Baxter wouldn't have any reason to know them. Baxter nodded in understanding. Thank you for telling me.
Welcome.
Don't mention it. You are most welcome. It was a fulfilling discussion, all told. I feel like we know each other a lot better now, wouldn't you say? His eyes said more than his words did, and both were saying an awful lot. You met his gaze steadily, in spite of the heat in your stomach. You passed the rest of the meal together with idle chatter, exchanging anecdotes and silly stories. Everything was easier with some good food at hand. Eventually, dinner ended. The dishes were cleared and the bill sent for. One of the things you discussed was who'd pay. It would be split right in half, a team effort. Once the bill came and went, Baxter cleared his throat and made a stand. Shall we? You checked around for your belongings and nodded. Yeah, let's go home. Wonderful. You headed through the club and out into the parking lot. Night was beginning to fall in earnest. As you settled into the car, you found yourself gazing back at the cypress. In your head, you thanked it for so many years of fine food and happy memories. It had been a good day, a lifetime of good days. The last of the daylight was long gone by the time you finally returned to your neighborhood. Baxter had gone on more slowly than when you'd left, content to enjoy the drive, almost as if he was trying to delay the end of your sightseeing trip for a little while longer. You felt the same. It had been a special day in many ways. You sighed, forlorn, as the car pulled onto your street at last. Baxter parked and killed the engine. Then he shifted in the driver's seat, his hand still on the wheel, to face you. I've really appreciated your company today. I have to confess I had an itinerary planned in the event you declined my invitation. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't want you to feel obligated to humor me, so I'm not lonely. I manage it pretty well. But in the end, I'm grateful it didn't come to that. It was infinitely preferable having the chance to spend a few hours in your company. I don't know if you feel the same, or if you did indeed tag along as a favor to me. Either way, thank you. Aw. Baxter finished his brief speech and released the wheel. He made as if to get out of the car without waiting for a response. I was happy to do it. He glanced back, eyes bright. Baxter was awfully pleased, making no attempts to hide that fact. You realized that he had been asking you a question in his own roundabout way. He was hoping you'd enjoy his being there too. It was nice you could make him happy with such a simple thing. I love that! Baxter cleared his throat and shifted in place. His pretend escape plan hadn't included taking off the seatbelt he did it then. Silly. What a silly guy. You moved to do the same, and the two of you got out of the car into the warm midnight air. Not midnight, just night. Sorry, the warm night air. A goodbye was on the tip of your tongue when Baxter's voice gave you pause. You turned to where Baxter stood. He was leaning casually against the hood, one hand in his pants pocket. It's been a long day, and I'm sure you're tired of questions at this point. If you'll indulge me a little while longer, I did have something else in mind to ask. That didn't bother you. You smiled to show that. If anything, you'd been the one asking most of the question. Go ahead. One corner of Baxter's mouth lifted in a crooked half smile. He stood up properly and continued. Thanks. Well, as I must repeat, today has been particularly lovely. All the lovelier for having spent it with you. And I wonder... This is so cute! This is so cute! Would it be too forward of me to consider our time together as a date? It's just saying this is a date. It sounds like a date. You blinked. It's a date. Wait. A date? Your voice came out of its screen. You were surprised. I'm not surprised. Not for the first time today. Baxter had managed to completely catch you off guard. It wasn't lost on him either, but whereas Baxter might have delighted in seeing such a reaction off of you, I can't read. The expression he gave now was gentle, friendly. It was funny, considering the entirely more than friendness of the subject. He ran a hand absent-mindedly through his hair, searching for the most delicate way to put his bluntness. Have I read the signs wrong? It wasn't the underlying intention when I asked, I assure you. I got the impression of what this may be or could be partway through. And if I'm not entirely off, I'd be far more curious to inquire on whether I might consider any future outings together as dates as well.
To cut to the chase.
I'm asking you. Oh, tell me all about it, Baxter. Tell me all about it. That is, if you'd like to spend more time with me, and assuming you do understand that. Oh my god. Oh my god, yes. I could. Hi, Quinn. Yeah, Baxter's asking us out, Quinn. Baxter's asking us out. We appreciate that. We appreciate that initiative. Yes, we do. I'd be open to dating you.
In that case...
Then well... Huh? He's just asking us out. He's, yeah, on a date. We just went on a date. We just went on a date. It's tea time, okay? Before I get too carried away in excitement, I must own the fact that this is not a grand romantic overture. Baxter! Baxter is asking us on a date! I doubt you would believe me if I was claiming to be your one and only for all time. Yeah. He placed a palm to his chest and met your gaze with a crooked smile. I'm nominating myself as a suitor for the season. A charming summer adventure, no more, no less. Only you would describe it like that. Baxter laughed, self-effacing, and shrugged. He wasn't about to argue with you about that, but he did make one more attempt to get his idea across. I don't care what label you choose to put this arrangement. I could be your boyfriend or nothing at all, and you can also change your mind without consequence if you find out that it's not what you imagined further down the line. Yeah, I get it already. You were supposed to go to Seattle to eat, but traffic was set up. Oh no, I'm so sorry about the traffic. Genki sushi. Ah! Sushi's so good though! I don't know if we have Genki in New York. Let me actually see. Consider yourself suited in the meantime, Baxter. Hang on. Genki sushi. I mean, it looks like there are, like, we have Genji sushi. We have Genki Omakase. But the others are in New Jersey, I think. Genki Sushi is in New Jersey. At your words, he beamed at you, his face bright in the darkness. Thank you. You have already given me so much in my time here. I've been very fortunate to have you as my neighbor and for now as something else. So we're dating. We're dating. So it was Genki Sushi. Okay. But Baxter and us, guys, we're dating Baxter. Okay. His tone was measured and polite as ever, but you couldn't help but hear an excited edge to his words, as if he were internally bouncing on the balls of his feet with anticipation because he wouldn't do it on the outside. This smile of Baxter's was your favorite. Seeing it, you were already glad to have accepted his offer. On top of your own personal feelings, it was cute to have such an impact on him. Underneath his peculiarities, Baxter was a sweetheart. But once the initial rush had died down, your thoughts drifted to more practical matters. What would you say to people? What do you call this thing between you? You put the question to Baxter, whose eyes lifted among the edges. Would you care if I told my family or not? My friends are gonna find out for sure, though. What a delightful first concern. It's up to you how we go about it. If it's not something you feel comfortable talking about, then I wouldn't insist. My preference would be to not treat it as a secret, however. I'm proud to be doing this, but again, I'm a visitor and this is your home. The choice is ultimately yours. I don't mind telling people. I don't mind telling people. Excellent, I'll speak casually about it then. My parents are likely to hear the news eventually, though I don't expect you to speak to them. Oh, alright. Now, as much as it pains me to say, I shouldn't keep you any longer.
Here if you need me.
Thank you again for a wonderful day. If you ever want another, you can call or text me. I'm very able to drop what I'm doing and come see you. Or alternatively, you're welcome to come by my place whenever it strikes you. I'll be in touch too, though, so don't feel pressured to initiate. He lifted his hand in a cheery way of staying put in order to see you head home. Have a good night. At this, the closing moment of your day together, it struck you how much of an impact he'd had on you in such a short time. You hadn't even known Baxter before he showed up that day at the beginning of summer. You were strangers and then you were neighbors. Did you intend— I intended to have fun with Baxter. And it ended up being romancing Baxter. And now the two of you were dating? But you could wait, before, what? But you could mull these thoughts over another time. It's getting late and he was waiting for you. In the parting moment, Baxter, should we kiss him? Should we kiss him? Should we kiss him? This is serious, guys. Should we kiss him? Like, are we kissing him? Are we giving him a hug? What are we doing? Kiss or hug? Kiss or hug? I'm leaning a little bit towards the kiss, but if you guys disagree, kissy kissy. Alright. For the plot, we left him with a parting kiss. Baxter was initially frozen by your initiative. You'd outpaced even him, but not for long. He quickly leaned in to return the kiss. He was taller than you. I'm personally pretty short, so that's not much of an achievement. But one hand came up to gently cup the back of your head as you stretched to meet him. His lips were soft against yours. The kiss was just tender. Oh! Your eyes were shut, but you could feel his mouth curl upwards with contentment. You opened them again and there was his face, as dazzling as the stars. Being with him that way was warm and comforting, despite the fact that his shirt felt really stiff. Fashion over comfort with Baxter Ward.
You're very good.
I must say I didn't anticipate you'd be the one to pull a move on me so soon, and a daring move at that, but it is far from unwelcome. He laughed quietly behind his hand. There was no chance of you making Baxter shy, but there was definite coyness to his temperament, and a faint flush to his cheeks. Well then, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, have a good night. Good night! You let each other go, at least for the moment. Baxter had begun the farewell, yet made no move to leave. He watched you cross the road to your house. You turned on the threshold and waved one last time. That familiar grin was the last thing you saw before the door closed behind you. You'd seen it again soon enough. Oh, we're gonna get teased relentlessly. Smug. Yeah. It was a strange feeling to be back home after such an eventful afternoon. So much happened in the space of a few short hours, and so much had changed. Of course, you were right then that it couldn't be described as without excitement. You were greeted almost immediately by footsteps approaching from the hallway. Sweetie, you're back! I heard the door open. Oh, here we go. Mom's laugh rang out from behind her, out of the pan and into the fire. Whoa there, no need to jump on her without giving her the chance to take her shoes off. For all we know, it's been a very informative and tiring day. They want the tea. Ma came up in front of you and Mom appeared over her shoulder. You can see the smirk on Mom's face go along with a pointed implication in her choice of words. For all that Mom appeared to be tempering Ma's enthusiasm, they were both guilty of speculating about what you were up to all day, and now it was their chance to finally find out. While her wife rested a hand on her shoulder, Ma beamed angelically the picture of innocence. She was the last person to bowl someone over the minute they got home, honest. What's going on exactly? Your sister's voice drifted over from the couch. Liz had been sitting watching TV, but spun around to see what the commotion was about. Her show now forgotten. The gang was all there, and only in a matter of seconds. So how did it go? Did you have a nice time with your new neighbor? Oh, so that's where you've been all afternoon? Out with a gentleman caller? How charming. Your sister leaned over to the back of the couch with a biting grin on her face. She could have given Baxter a run for his money. Yes, she was getting to know Mr. Ward. The rest of us would like to know him as well. He asked me out on a date. You couldn't contain it any longer. The words gushed out of your mouth in a confused torrent. There was dead silence. Oh no. Your family merely stared at you. Then they opened their mouths. What? Everyone started talking at once, demanding to know the specifics. You did your best to elaborate in spite of their unintended interruptions. Basically, he asked you at the end of the day if it was considered a date, and if so, whether or not I'd want to have more dates with him. I said yes to both of those, so yeah, that's it in a nutshell. This was still entirely taken back in spite of your reasoning. He asked you out already, or retroactively sideways asked you out? It doesn't matter. He's been here about one day. That's not true. It's been multiple days. Then you've cumulatively spent 1 day worth of hours with him over multiple days. Across from you, Mom snorted with sudden laughter. Well, at least we know one thing for sure about our new neighbor. He doesn't waste any time. She judged him accurately. That's exactly how you describe Baxter. A hurricane couldn't have swept you off your feet half so fast as that. Next to her, Ma continued to blink in stunned silence. Of your parents, Ma was usually the one to encourage you to be social and make new connections with people. She'd basically shoved you out the door to go find out more information about the guy. The idea that you might get this involved in Baxter hadn't even crossed her mind. Perhaps sensing Ma's hesitance, Liz chimed back up. Teasing aside, congrats, little sister. It's not all on him. You know how to charm a guy, and he's lucky to have you. Well said, Liz. Baxter knows quality when he sees it. Now hopefully his properness isn't actually just an act. You take care and be safe, kiddo. I hope you have a fun summer. And if not, we can always make sure he never sets foot in the state ever again. This finally was what jolted your ma out of her state of shock. She bapped her wife playfully on the arm in rebuke. What did we agree about that kind of shovel talk? We shouldn't resort to threats, especially not about someone she cares for. She smiled sweetly, recovering her buoyant energy somewhat. And don't have to, regardless. If Baxter did anything wrong in this new relationship you have together, the guilt would eat him alive, I'm sure. Mom gave another hearty laugh and put an arm around Ma. They were two peas in a pod, the pair of them. Ma faced you fully, apparently more at ease now that the ice had been broken. I agree, sweetheart. Baxter is very fortunate to have the chance to get to know you. Make the most of it, alright? Being able to see you happy is good enough for us. Thanks everyone. Don't mention it. Thank you for telling us. In spite of the inevitable ripping, it felt good to have opened up about that. In their own ways, all they wanted you to know was that they were on your side no matter what choice you made. That's nice. As the night wore on, your moms and Liz ended up chatting amongst themselves, engrossed in the conversation to the point where you were able to slip away unnoticed. On the way upstairs to your room, you found yourself glancing back at the front door as if to catch another glimpse of Baxter over the street. You really hoped he got what he wanted out of the sights he saw. Sunset Bird was a special place to you, and if you were lucky, then maybe Baxter would come to realize that as well. You'd certainly reach more of an understanding of him one way or another. Yet you were positive that there was still so much buried underneath the surface, yet so much to his character than there had appeared to be at first glance, but you didn't mind. You'd known each other for such a small part of your lives. Of course, a single outing wouldn't be enough to quantify an entire person. What was special was that it might not always be that way. Currently, he was the bowling alley, shiny and new, but someday you might be as familiar with Baxter as you were with the shopping street and the cypress. This day was only a wonderful start. Awesome! How fun! Okay, we're gonna take a little break again. Like, just a... It's gonna be shorter. A shorter break. About, like, 3 minutes. Just, like, while I go refill some water, because I have a bit of a sore throat going on. But yeah, be right back. Okay, we are back. Heather, hi! Hi, what a time to come in, Heather. I don't know how much you saw before you said hello, or if you just came in, but if you didn't, let's do a little recap. Baxter and I are dating now. We're dating Baxter now. I'm good, how are you? Yes, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Yeah. So Baxter was like, let's go sightseeing, and so we did, and then he took us bowling, and then he took us out to dinner, and I was like, huh, you know what, this kind of feels like a date. And then he said the same thing, because before we went our separate ways, he was like, hey, would you mind if I like considered this a date, and would you want to go on more? And so like, yeah, wild, right? Anyway, let's do the hang. So a lot of this we've seen before, but yeah. It felt like a date, because it was, okay, so we went to the shopping street, the boardwalk on the beach, and then he took us bowling, and then he took us to dinner. He kissed us! Well, no, we kissed him. We kissed him. We kissed him. No offer to hold hands, but we kissed him, so. Okay. She set things up over the several phone calls you could find to find the perfect window to hit the beach. You couldn't wait to meet up with and Baxter too. Coordinating schedules had been especially rough lately, but you didn't let that stop you from organizing your grand plan. You wanted your new friend to be included in all the fun. Friend! Boyfriend! We wanted our new boyfriend to be included in the fun. After a bit of messaging with the others, you had brought up the possibility of adding Baxter to the mix. No one objected to your request, so you and Terry swiftly put his phone number to good use. Baxter had been flattered to be thought of that early in the planning stage. Funnily enough, he had been the easiest one to account for, despite being far and away the newest guy on the block. Yes, go! Go be mobile! Enjoy the outdoors! What about Cove? That is a good question, Heather. We gotta see how Cove will react. I don't know about Cove, because Cove hasn't done it. We've given Cove so many chances, you know, and I was like, well, you know, let's just go out this one time. It was sightseeing. It wasn't even a date at first, and then he said it was a date, and I was like, okay. Okay. That makes sense, you know? Your hopes were high. Almost everyone knew each other to varying degrees, but this would be Miranda and Baxter's first time meeting. And yet, you weren't that worried. Deep down, you had a pretty good feeling that they'd get along once they got to spend a little time together. Yeah, maybe he will question himself now. You know, like, if you liked it, you should have put a ring on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, lock it down, you know? Because we're a catch, y'all. All of us, we are a catch. That was where things stood. Okay. Baxter would be coming by your room any minute now to meet up ahead of time. Baxter had texted you for advice. He had been caught between his options. Should he come to you? Should he hang back and you'd come get him when your friends were ready? You'd eased his trouble by simply inviting him to your house. You thought it'd be nice to hang out with him before the official hangout. Checking the clock, there was a small window to get ready before Baxter arrived. Despite it being well past morning, you were wearing your pajamas. You had known you didn't have anywhere to be until the beach trip and had a lazy start to the day, but still, you needed to put a swimsuit on. You knew it was clean and folded in one of your drawers. It was more of a question of which one. As you searched, you couldn't help your mind wandering. Your height had complicated your swimsuit shopping. Not many swimsuits were well-fitting on someone who's petite. I know. And for the shape of your body, you're slender. I'm slender. And soft. Delicate. I'm fragile. Yes. You kept mostly the same shape. We read this before. Staring down at yourself, your train of thought drifted until you were lost. You know, I was felt sure about your gender. Okay. We're not talking about this. We're not talking about this. Okay? Okay, we're not talking about this. You were comfortable. Okay, let's go. Baxter's already here and you hadn't even changed yet. Oh god. Breathing deeply, you knew you couldn't just ignore him. You pivoted towards the door and pulled yourself together. Come in! The knob wiggled and the door glided open. Baxter cordially stepped in, catching your eye with an already developed grin.
Good afternoon.
I must tell you again how touched I am by your thoughtfulness. You didn't have to open your door to me and play host even before our scheduled plans. And truthfully, I'm taking the fact that I'm allowed to be standing here as a fortunate sign. A neighbor at most would have been set aside in the living room if they were welcome in the neighborhood in the first place. Yes, well, what a greeting. How do you do? Baxter nodded graciously and inched forward, letting his gaze curiously examine this new space. You noticed his posture relaxing the longer he was there. I think you have a very comfortable room. The shade of blue is nice. Yeah, thanks. I like it a lot too. Baxter shifted his attention back to you directly. For a split second, his gaze flickered down to your outfit and his polite exterior faltered. I have to wonder, did I arrive early? My My mistake, truly. Your knee-jerk confusion at that comment quickly melted away. His discretion over your pajamas is appreciated. Are you planning on still changing into a swimsuit, or are you just gonna go like that? The latter? The Baxter answered with such ease you couldn't tell if he was joking or not. While I'm certainly looking forward to spending the afternoon on the beach with all of you, I will not be getting into the ocean. What? There was more than a hit of insistence in his tone, and it was completely unexpected from the up-for-anything mouth of Baxter Ward. He carelessly ran his fingers through his hair and left it messier than usual. A note of worry rose in his tone. What if I get a sunburn? We're likely to spend multiple hours there. I'm not risking making this situation even worse by exposing my entire chest and my legs to the summer sun. He is more outgoing. By this, Baxter meant his delicately pinky skin. He expressed that by holding his bare arms out towards you. I had no idea you were sensitive about that. It's good to know. I'm not used to people being bothered that much about the beach. But it's nothing to get pushy about. Definitely not a friendship deal breaker if that's what you were worried about. The seriousness in your tone cracked Baxter's guard. His eyebrows bent up. Oh, thank you. Your kindness is extremely welcome. I confess I haven't actually swum in the ocean at any point or to any degree. Never? The detail was hard to wrap your mind around. Your moms had been taking you to the beach since you were a toddler. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna say this. Are you kidding me? Well, I don't mind if we stay on land. The only thing that mattered was whether he'd come at all. Baxter brightened at your honesty. I appreciate that. I was worried. Don't worry, it'd be stranger if we tried to enforce a dress code just to see each other. Touché. So you're still coming? I can't imagine where else I'd be. It was unfortunate that you were in a crunch and needed to get ready. Normally, you would have been happy to hang out for as long as Baxter wanted. Could you hang around downstairs and I'll meet you when I'm dressed? I'll put my swimsuit on. Baxter put his chin between his thumb and index finger. Certainly, it would be a shame to deprive the world another minute of your knockout fashion sense. I'll gladly wait for you. Please, excuse me. And on that note, Baxter sauntered out. Once the door was firmly shut, you raced around the room to get ready. One-piece swimsuit. Hesitating by the door, you scanned the room one last time. You mentally ran through the list of things you might need later. Sunglasses. Though, we did cover up. Okay. With that settled, you were officially ready to leave and meet back up with Baxter. Okay. You found Baxter hanging close by the front door, but before he knew you were there, you caught him craning his neck in an attempt to see more of your unfamiliar home. It was obvious that he wanted to wander, but he passed the time instead by curbing himself to the general area by the door. Crossing his arms, Baxter turned and strode over to one of the pictures hung on the wall. Okay. He stood there observing things silently, but there was no missing the gentle smile brightening his face. Hey, is he something you like?
Certainly.
I do. Your family is wonderfully picturesque. Yeah, they're alright, I guess. The pictures on that wall were a medley of memories from your childhood. A much younger Liz hitting a golf ball, little you and Liz sitting on Ma's surfboard with her, you and Lee doing a silly pose in the living room. But the picture Baxter paused directly in front of was you playing at the sand at the same beach you were about to visit. You couldn't remember a thing about that day, but the camera immortalized your wide, missing two-teeth grin. Are we ready to go? Yep. Sighing, you wistfully scanned photos again before following Baxter to the door. He held it open and gestured for you to go ahead first. Across the street, you spotted Cove and beelined over to him. Baxter, meanwhile, wore a charming smile and followed at a more leisurely pace. Okay, here we go. Baxter and Cove are in the same general vicinity. What's gonna happen? Cove stood outside his house dressed in a swimsuit, but his attention was entirely focused on his phone. It wasn't until you were almost in front of him that he even noticed you were there. His gaze flickered to Baxter next.
Nice to see you.
Good afternoon. Hey. It was no secret that Cove and Baxter wouldn't normally hang out. The only forces that could bring them together were the chances of fate and the whims of mutual friends. But there were no surprises sprung. Cove knew to expect Baxter, so he greeted him cordially. Hi! Cove's demeanor softened at the sound of your voice. He slid his phone back into his pocket and refocused on today. So Terry just texted me that she should be here pretty soon, I think. I think she and Miranda are, well, mostly on schedule. Excellent. It'll be lovely to see them. They'll be here before you know it. Terry's been wanting to pick your brain. She's welcome to it. So I was thinking we could get settled at the beach now and Terry and Miranda can catch up with us there.
I can do that.
I second this idea. While this neighborhood is charming, I think a change in scenery would be preferable. You moved in the direction of the beach while Cove paused to shoot off a quick update. He made sure to let the others know exactly where to find you. I don't mind. He flashed a thumbs up as soon as the message was sent, and with that, the three of you strolled down the street. The path you walked was as natural as breathing for you and Cove. For Baxter, it was a brand new experience, though you might not have been able to tell. He walked straight on, with certainty in his steps that was on par with the locals. The ocean stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a perfect day, clear sky, rolling waves, and an inviting breeze coming across the water to combat the balmy heat. Cove threw his towel down and smoothed out the corners while you settled on a spot for your own things nearby. Baxter, meanwhile, hesitated, merely watching what you two had done. Before you could say anything, Baxter moved forward and picked a small stretch of beach close to yours for his own things. He meticulously laid out his pure black towel over the warm white sand. Turning away, you tried to hold back and hide your laughter. It was just so convenient that even here, his black and white color scheme was inescapable. Shaking off the snickers, you were glad that Baxter had the forethought to bring a towel. He shouldn't need it to dry off, but at least he had a comfortable barrier between himself and the ground. Baxter stared right ahead, hypnotized by the moving water, and carefully lowered himself onto the towel. For you, your family, and your neighbors, the ocean was an old and well-loved friend. But witnessing the wonder dancing through Baxter's eyes reminded you just how vast and awe-inspiring the sight truly was when it was right in front of you. You glanced at Cove and realized that he was taken in by that side of Baxter as well. This beach was a special place for the people of Sunset Bird, and now it was working its magic on Baxter. Cove seemed flattered by the awe and unspoken approval written over Baxter's face. The sea meant more to him than even the others living there. To appreciate it was to accept him. He hugged his knees to his chest. So, what do you want to do? When you didn't answer, Baxter tore his focus away from the water. He was pleasantly surprised to find out that Cove had directed that question to him instead. Oh, I've been running on the assumption that you all had something in mind. Whatever it is works for me. We don't. Nope, no ideas. Then truthfully, I'd prefer to stay as dry as possible. Taking a stroll or simply remaining here where we are, enjoying the scenic view, would make a perfect afternoon in my book. But my wants shouldn't interfere with yours. I won't stop anyone from having fun in the water. We're at the shore, and I'm not heartless. Cove nodded understandingly. The odds were low that Baxter was gonna go for a dip in jeans and a shirt that looked too delicate for the washing machine, but that was fine. My plan is to get some sun anyway. Your attention bounced between the boys before you shrugged nonchalantly. Besides that, I'm up for anything. Noted. Cove nodded, not finding any reason to object to that. He hadn't brought his surfboard, so you figured he was also aiming for a laid-back afternoon. Cove kicked his heels, sending some of the grains of sand that had gotten on his towel sailing. He had done well starting the conversation, but now he was unsure of how to keep it going. Luckily, it didn't take long until you heard shouts. You turned your head to see both Miranda and Terry running straight for you. Miranda was faster, making leaps and bounds across the sand. Terry followed in her wake, laughing with her towel clutched around her shoulders and flowing like a cape. Miranda started making her jumps more theatric and more precarious as she got closer. Cove waved them on with a bright grin. I laughed. They always found a way to make such a memorable entrance. The two officially arrived at your little group setup, looking completely ready for an ocean adventure. They were already in their swimwear and were raring to go. Awkwardly, Cove pointed in Baxter's direction. He remembered that Miranda hadn't actually seen him before. Does Baxter have a skin sensitivity? He says that, like, he is sensitive. He just, yeah, I mean, it sounds like he does, kind of. Like, I don't know if it's a medical thing, but he doesn't want to get burned. I know that's something that's on his mind. Which, I mean, does anybody really want to get sunburned? I feel like that's just a consequence most of the time. That's Baxter. The strange young man's presence nearby suddenly made a lot more sense to her. Miranda shyly waved with a cheerful smile.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. Likewise. Baxter offered her a handshake and Miranda grew confused at his formal gesture, checking the reactions of her friends on if she was the weird one for thinking this is weird. This only made his smile widen. Oh. I can assure you that I'm harmless. You knew Miranda well enough to recognize the worries she was trying to hide behind a more collected front. It was easy to imagine she might have felt somewhat intimidated. Baxter had an air of maturity about himself, while Miranda was a bit childish and shy in comparison. Hesitantly, she clasped his hand and gave him a proper shake. Thanks for meeting us here today.
My pleasure.
Baxter placed his other hand gently on the back of hers while he spoke. They both let go and Terry sprung forward. Hello, hello! She teasingly punched Baxter's upper arm. Nice to see you too! Terry had already made her dramatic introduction to him at the start of the summer, so she was excited to skip right to the good part, hanging out. The B-Man is actually here! I can't believe how long it took for everyone to get together. Hi, Cove and Nina too. Hi. Catch us up. Did we miss anything important? No, I don't think so. It had come up that Baxter was basically your boyfriend already, so that wasn't anything you needed to announce again. Oh, great. Okay, so everyone knows. That's great. Even though it was the biggest event of your summer so far. What have you been up to? The usual. Terry laughed and mentioned a few things about her own parents. Miranda brought up her family and shared some of the wild things her older brother had done. Okay, so this is all new stuff. Alright. Terry then started talking about her morning and how she'd almost overslept since she had stayed up too late last night. She bounced on her feet as she spoke. But don't worry about me being tired today. You know I ran on less back during school. Miranda filled in the group about her morning. Apparently everything had gone smoothly. She'd met up with Terry on the way here and you knew the rest. Cove offered a suggestion to the gang. Hey, you guys should lay out your towels so you can relax. Oh yeah, definitely. You felt pleased that Cove remembered what you wanted to do. Sometimes he could be thoughtful like that. Terry and Miranda settled down on their towels. It took a little arranging, but soon you were on your back and soaking up the sun. Miranda had built a small ridge of sand as a backrest, and Terry laid on her side facing the rest of the group. She drew everyone to an involved conversation over the merits of ice in a drink. Cool, okay. The sun above was almost hypnotizing with its warmth. Every one of your previously tense muscles relaxed into jelly. You closed your eyes, content to just be. But eventually, the more restless members of the group dragged the others into a walk. Hours passed and the group had moved between different activities, some low-key and some more exhaustive. For you, it was break time. Baxter agreed. You sat on your towel, sipping at some water, and he rested on his. Your friends were hard at work burying Terry's full body under a pile. Okay, this is stuff oh, well, Baxter's there, so then it changes everything. Okay. This is stuff we do know until right now. He was staring at the water, but there was something entirely different feeling radiating from him. Rather than pure awe, there was a level of discomfort marring Baxter's expression. You wondered what was bothering him. Suddenly, he turned towards you as if he could feel your curiosity prodding at him. He surprised you with a kind smile. There's a reason why I've never gone to the ocean before. Baxter let that hang and absent-mindedly brushed the sand off his thigh. He hadn't elaborated earlier and you weren't quite sure if he was going to now. Quickly it had become clear that he was carefully choosing his words. The last thing you wanted was to push him. The idea of being fully immersed in the ocean is a bit frightening. It seems endless and deep and unpredictable, with powerful waves and rapid currents. And there are creatures lurking in there. Some of them are larger than me. It's unfathomable. You don't play with something like that. If I enter that water, I'll never return from it. The ocean will swallow me whole, that's what I think. Aww. His smile strained under the weight of his growing nervousness. Baxter had always carried himself so calmly. His genuine vulnerability left you speechless. And then you heard Miranda screech. Your attention immediately switched over to your friends. You registered that Terry had gotten impatient and shifted her legs. The walls, Miranda... I read this before. Read that before. Uh-huh. I'm just
Don't
skipping
worry
over the
about
parts that I, like, remember. Don't worry, I've got that part. Okay. Baxter caught your eye and you both snickered at the interruption. As it grew quiet again, you offered Baxter some words. There's nothing wrong with that, Baxter, being scared of the ocean. The tension in his expression gradually softened as the but he was expecting never came. Baxter nervously flicked a few wind-blown strands of his hair out of his
To
face.
be honest,
I was also afraid to admit something like that out loud in a seaside town. The entire reason to come to a place like Sunset Bird is to be here by the ocean, isn't it? I mean, well, I guess. You shook your head until the smirk pulled a laugh out of you. People pay high prices to have all of this within walking distance. I doubt many of them are scared of it, but didn't your parents pick Sunset Bird for you? That's correct. Nodding, you found yourself staring at the rise and fall of the waves in the distance. The corner of your mouth pulled up fondly. Even if you're not as enthusiastic about the beach as other tourists here, you can still appreciate the ocean on your own terms, like what we're doing right now. Yes, I am. I'm having a very nice time here, though I won't deny the view is lovely. My enjoyment is You cheesy sly man! My enjoyment is mostly because of you rather than the location. Okay, sure, alright. Like, how many times have you said that to a girl, huh? Well, that's still something. And on that note, you both fell into a relaxing bubble of silence, watching the gleaming light of the ocean from a safe distance.
Oh yeah.
Resembling the Kool-Aid man, she kicked herself out of the ground. Okay, we know this part. The one-on-one time you did get with Baxter was something you wouldn't have missed, okay? Alright. Duh. Her gaze landed at Baxter. She shrugged awkwardly. I'm not expecting all of us to jump in. Thank you, don't worry about me. It was never my intention to swim. Please don't let that stop your fun. He echoed the same statement he'd made to you earlier that day. Wait, what?
well,
It's simply not my preference. Terry squinted and thoroughly scrutinized him. She wasn't satisfied with his answer. I think I get it. You're new here. You don't know what to do in the Great Wide Sea. Just hold on to my back and I'll take you out into the water with me. Your place is right up the street. It's not too late to change. While I appreciate the gesture, I must decline. Are you sure I can totally handle it? I'm a lifeguard in training. Terry, I thought you hadn't signed up yet. Shh, I will, and that's what counts.
thank you.
But it's too sad to leave you out. Me and Cove only became friends in the first place because we're beach people. You can be beach man too, B-man. Her crestfallen gaze slid to Cove. He nodded understandingly. Surprisingly, Baxter chuckled. I understand where you're coming from, and I'm sorry for any upset I might have caused, but please trust me on this one, I'm perfectly fine. I feel so bad for him because I feel like Terry's really pressuring him to get into the ocean, and he's scared to do that. And we just have to respect that people have boundaries and people have preferences. I may not be of a seafaring man, but I have gone swimming before. Pools and lakes are no troubles to me. In fact, I would guess I've done certain water-based activities that some of you might be too nervous to try. Cove's lips pursed. He raised his chin and stared, not so much threatened by Baxter's accusation, but insulted that he would even make such a challenge.
Seriously?
Maybe. Like what? I surf. I have a dad whose entire business is about water-based activities. I went on a jet ski when I was 8. What could you have done? Baxter straightforwardly answered the question. Skinny dipping. Cove's jaw dropped. The suggestion left him scandalized and the reddest you'd ever seen him. That doesn't count. So you haven't done it yet. You might want to, especially since you already enjoy the water. It's rather liberating. Baxter was making an honest recommendation. You could tell that it wasn't in his intention to come across mocking Cove's lack of experience there. However, Cove was still completely thrown. The suggestion of Baxter's was even worse by implying that he was more confident in the water than Cove. The silent beat was broken by Miranda's embarrassed attempt to stifle her giggles with the palm of her hand. Her cheeks had grown flushed, and you knew it would be a while until she was confident enough to even dare to make eye contact with Baxter again. Terry, meanwhile, meanwhile, gave Baxter an impressed nod, and then instantly lost all composure. She fell into a boisterous fit of laughter, holding tightly onto her own stomach. Girl, same. I'm also amused. Her sobbing, you shook your head in an attempt to be disapproving. But the moment you peeked at Baxter, there was no stopping the wide grin stretching ear to ear. Of course he'd been skinny dipping, and of course he'd been dropping that fact without hesitation in front of 4 people he hardly knew.
Fine?
Did I say something wrong? No! The playful note in his voice told you everything you needed to know. Baxter was fully aware and enjoying the bit of chaos he unleashed on the group. As you should. He exhaled deeply and did not comment. No one else added anything into the topic of Baxter's skinny dipping adventures either. It was back to the drawing board on what to do next. After a while, the gang mutually decided it was best to go do something that was not water-based. The 5 of you continued to have a good time. You went on a shell hunt. Miranda managed to find the biggest while you found the most colorful. Cove caught a tiny crab. And then there's stuff we know. What next? I don't have anywhere to go, so it could be wherever. Same, I guess you could keep hanging out. Okay. We've seen this before.
Sure.
Okay. Baxter hummed with interest. This got everyone's attention as if nothing else had drawn a comment from him in a while. Would be willing to try ice cream and other similar frozen treats? Oh, sure. I like the sound of that. But why? Baxter shook his head ruefully. Truthfully, the one thing I've wanted to do while I am here is to see an ice cream truck in person. Should I ask him to show his skills? His skills? Heather? What skills, Heather? Do I want to know what skills, Heather? We're on the internet, Heather. You and Cove stared back at him, blank-faced. Miranda pressed her lips together and shot a glance at Terry. Her expression was like a stone. That was a dramatic drop in mood. Am I being gayly touristy right now? Goshly? Gayshly? I don't know how to pronounce. Merriam-Webster. You know, I'm going a lot of, like, what's this? Merriam-Webster for Baxter. There we go. Goshly? Did I say that right? I don't even know. But anyway. He was entirely off in the guess. Baxter could only watch helplessly as the people around him remained unusually sober. Cove voiced the consensus. I've never been to an ice cream truck either.
What?
Pronunciation, yeah, no. What, are you serious? Brandon nodded. And Baxter's composure shifted into incredulity. Me neither.
Nope.
Same. Yeah, me too. There's an ice cream truck in Sunset Bird. We have an ice cream stand on the shopping street. It's not exactly the same, but that's how it is. And sometimes we got an ice cream at a park during events. That was from a cardboard box though, so still not a truck. I've only gone to ice cream parlors and gotten ice cream from the freezer part of grocery stores. But sometimes my family makes it homemade. Baxter grinned, for once on the same ground as his new companions. I've normally only eaten it at restaurants after a meal. I never realized that ice cream trucks are so rare. Unexpected. Did I ever have any? I have. Not a lot, but I have. Or like little ice cream carts. But not like, I haven't gotten many from trucks. I think I might have gotten one from a truck. He narrowed his eyes and spoke firmly. Then yeah, let's find a truck. I've got to do it at least one time. Yeah, Baxter's onto something. We've all been missing out. Terry raised a fist into the air in a dramatic pose. There has to be an ice cream truck somewhere in California. That's good with me. Baxter brightened more, seeing his suggestion receive support. Miranda smiled at him. You could only guess at her first impression of Baxter, but given how she relaxed around him, you imagined he was growing on her. He wasn't as exceedingly self-assured as he came across at first blush, but it was nicer when Baxter was confident.
Let's do it.
That sounds like fun. Let's look it up. Rihanna reached into her bag and dug around for her phone. She pulled out a hair scrunchie, a small notepad with unicorns, and a bundle of Chucky keychains. Her phone remained elusive. Just give me a sec. The rest of the group's mouths pulled into a tentative, hopeful grin. There was an air of slight disbelief. Cove mulled over while tapping his foot. Wherever it is, we're gonna have to drive there. I think so. None are in town, right? And everywhere else is far away. She finally retrieved her phone and started to search on her Maps app. She tapped her phone screen with a frown. It's already late afternoon, too. I wonder if ice cream trucks are even still going around. We have to believe. It's too soon to give up. Cove nodded, patting at his pockets. They were tellingly empty. I'll get my keys.
It's doable.
No need, allow me. I asked to do this. It's only fair that I be the one to cover transportation. Besides, it's a rental. We may as well make the most of it while I have it. Alright. Cove raised his shoulders with a bewildered shrug. Baxter ran his fingers through his hair to swipe his bangs, and they fell exactly back into place after. I will return in only a moment. Terry shot him a thumbs up, and Miranda mumbled absent-mindedly, focused on her task. Baxter flipped towards his condo and headed off, his strides long and determined. He raised his voice at Baxter's back. We'll put our stuff away while you're off doing that. Baxter peered over his shoulder and answered. Very good. Baxter was soon out of sight, and Cove had gathered up all his things into a sturdy hold. He gestured with his chin to his house. We can use my place for storage. You were on board for that. You shifted your things around so they'd be more comfortable to move. Thanks, Cove. You appreciated his offer for the simple truth that his dad would care way less about the mess than your mom's. Cove led the group to file into the Holden household. Miranda brought up the rear, stumbling behind Terry. She was being led by the arm while still keeping her eyes on her phone. Sandy towels were dropped in a heap on the living room, one after the other. No one wasted even a second with organization, taking cues from Cove's rush. I need a minute, gonna grab a shirt. He darted down the hall, his steps out on the hard floor. You straightened out your cover-up, suddenly conscious of what was on your own body after Cove brought up the topic. Cove returned, now decent in his Orga shirt. Terry hooked her arm around Miranda's and used her other hand to wave towards the door. As you got out, you could see Baxter's shiny black vehicle idling on the street and awaiting its passengers. Cove went for a seat in the back without consideration. He was not going to be in the front. But you would! With you going in the passenger seat, Miranda and Terry followed Cove.
Hello.
Welcome to my car, friends. Do we know where we're going? Miranda nodded slightly and leaned forward to hold her phone up. Her persistence had bared fruit. There's some suburbs surrounding the city where ice cream trucks have routes during the summer. I can't tell exactly where they're gonna be when they get there, though. That is more than enough. The two conferred on directions until Baxter decided the route towards a random neighborhood street in the area as a starting point. He took off, the car gliding across the road with minimum vibration affecting the cabin. In the heat of excitement, Terry reached up from the middle seat and punched the music. It connected to Baxter's song list, and your eardrums were stuck by the pounding of a regular drum. A guitar riff shrieked out after. It was on a punk metal track. Going to the next kiss, Baxter. Lean back in your seat satisfied. This is your kind of music. Who knew it was his? Yeah, like you don't listen to like some punk rock here and there. As the drive continued, the music brought an almost surreal feel to the trip. The shredding guitars and shouted lyrics were a weird contrast to your goal of finding an ice cream truck. It inserted the humorous mental picture of an ice cream truck playing screaming punk metal instead of twinkling tunes to summon children and icy treats. Zipping through the length of Sunset Bird in no time, you flew past the now leaving sign. Past that, the car zoomed down to the open road, while Miranda attempted to dig up more details on the elusive ice cream truck. Do they have socials? Maybe someone tagged them in a pic or they're live tweeting.
Huh?
Why would an ice cream truck be on Twitter? And I can't even find out their hours for sure. I believe in you. Minutes added up, and as did the miles. The city got closer, but the shadows closed in faster. The sun glinted from behind distant skyscrapers. Calling it late afternoon was being generous. It was evening. Unspoken tension began to form. The odds of an ice cream truck being active dropped with every passing second, but Miranda continued the search, and Baxter kept driving. As planned, he turned off the highway and followed the streets into the heart of the suburbs. He rolled through neighborhoods aimlessly until... Yes! Miranda beamed and shoved her phone up to the front. You found one? There's a truck still open and nearby. It was on Facebook. I think if we go down their route, we'll find it at some point. Amazing. Yeah, who uses Facebook? People who want ice cream. Let's go! Please direct me. I can't read the post. First, take a left at this next stop sign. Baxter clipped off the music to focus on Miranda's words. He also opened his window. Terry and Cove followed Baxter's lead, but Terry could get further and pushed her head out the window as far as the seatbelt would let her, hands cupped around her ears. Cove would lead farther out when he saw anything even kind of truck-shaped. Everyone had their ears and eyes wide open for any signs. If an ice cream truck was somewhere in the area, they weren't going to miss it. You opened yours too. It took a second to locate the correct button for the door. It was as sleek and unobtrusive as the rest of the machine, and that made it tricky to see when you didn't know where to look. You pressed it down until the glass beside you completely disappeared. At such a slow pace, the wind coming through whipped at your hair gently, pleasantly. Much less nicely, a fine dust blew in from the street. You squinted against the dirt in the sun. It had sunk low enough to be perpendicular with your eyeline. Does Terry have a fella? I don't know. I don't think so. I thought Terry and Miranda were dating last time. The houses you passed seem older, probably built decades ago. Some had colorful lawn decorations and well-kept flower gardens. Others were nothing but green grass. Conversation stopped entirely once Miranda had told Baxter all he needed to know. He drove through the residential streets like a hunter on the prowl. The target could have been anywhere. He turned a corner, faint laughter flittered in through the windows. You heard birds chirping and rustling leaves, but in that moment none of that mattered. That's not what you needed. Fingers were crossed and breaths were held. Baxter turned yet again towards signs of life, and a new sound gradually floated in from the distance. You concentrated on the high-pitched jingling tune. Was it? It had to be. It was the musical call of an ice cream truck. No one could see it yet, despite there being watchers on all sides, but the song got louder. Baxter followed it persistently, his fingers tightening their grip on the wheel. The jingle was a Pied Piper, and everyone was drawn in by it. The car came up to a crossroads and stopped. The instant clamor-filled car. Everyone, even the ever-relaxed Baxter, cheered or gasped in sync. The ice cream truck drove right by, in front of your very eyes. It was technically white, but covered in so many brightly colored pictures, the original paint was more of an accent. Yeah, absolutely. Go get some French toast. Stickers with warnings such as "Go slow" and "Watch for children" stood out in red, and recognizable characters in edible versions were laid in a grid, labeling them as A1 or C3 for convenient ordering. It was like a moving treasure chest of frozen goodness, and the temptation was too strong for some. It was still in the middle of the intersection when Cove popped the door open, and his seatbelt zipped up against the cushion with nothing left to protect. Cove was gone. You waited for Baxter to get out. Terry and Miranda went after Cove. Terry, with her usual exuberance, yelled, "Oh yeah! Well, I appreciate their enthusiasm." He glanced at you, not taking the turn just yet. Are you going? No thanks, you're very polite. You didn't think it was much. You weren't so impatient you'd throw yourself out on the street or abandon the one who drove you there. The rest of them can handle that. Cove jogged after the truck. Terry cheered and waved, trying to catch the driver's attention. Miranda skipped behind her, moving her arms in wide motions. The truck lurched to a stop. They'd done it. Excellent. Excitement was plain on his face, but Baxter cautiously turned to where the truck and your friends had gone. He parked on the opposite side and opposite end of the nearly empty street. Yeah, I'm gonna keep reading for as long as I can, but my voice is starting to get a little tired, and I am also starting to get a little tired, so we'll see. Baxter grinned as he finally unbuckled. Shall we? Let's! You left the properly stopped vehicle and crossed the street together. The other three huddled around the large menu pasted on the broadside of the truck. As you joined the group, you could feel the anticipation of a kid on their birthday. Up close, you could see the images were faded, they weren't as vibrant as they shouldn't have been, and the chips of paint were flaking off. Yep, thank you guys for being understanding, I appreciate it. If anything, the wear and tear increased the charm. It was real, and it was just what you'd imagined. You were finally experiencing quintessential summer ritual. I know! My voice, it's not as worked out, because it's, been a week and a half, so. Just a week. The order window lifted, and the driver gave a hearty greeting. Good evening. Good evening to you. Hi. Hey. Hello.
Sorry.
Hi! Thanks for stopping for us. Sorry for chasing you. No. Thank you for stopping by. Can I get you something? Absolutely. He beamed with victory, a cat who got his cream. Then he gave his first check over the options and shrugged. However, we do require a moment. Of course, no problem. Take your time. That started the great ice cream discussion. Ice cream was serious business and took consideration. Miranda was firmly in the camp of actual ice cream options, making the valid point that you'd come for ice cream. Terry wasn't convinced, neither was Cove. Getting ice cream obviously didn't mean you had to get ice cream. Anything from the truck counted. The debate ended with no agreed-on winner. Everyone just got what they wanted. Hi again, I'd like a coconut popsicle. Sure, let me get that for you. She reached over into her freezer and pulled out the first of the treats. She handed it off to Cove and he passed her some cash. I'll have one of the snow cones. Can I have a chocolate-dipped ice cream cone, please? The D4? They received their treats, paid, and stepped away to clear the way. You decided to order? Oh my god. Do we just have chocolate ice cream? Just an ice cream cone. An ice cream cone. You've always liked that kind of thing. Are you calling me basic? Like, what? What was that, Cove? Baxter, meanwhile, had yet to finish staring at the menu. With intense scrutiny, his eyes went over the rows of advertised frosty desserts long after everyone else already had theirs. It's getting awkward, especially for the lady in the truck who would be stuck there until he finally got around to ordering something. Terry tried to break the ice, or the ice cream, and cracked a joke. Get this ice cream sundae cup. The ice cream is totally white, and the chocolate sauce looks almost black. She found that to be a side splitter, but it didn't make a dent in Baxter's reverie. The world around him was lost in the palace of his mind. Baxter, still no reaction. A new strategy was needed. Terry stuck a hand in front of his face, cutting him off from the pictures, taking all his attention. He blinked, and the spell of the tantalizing treats was broken. I'm sorry. Is something the matter? That's what we wanted to ask you. You've been quiet for a while. Yes, I have been. Baxter put a hand to his chin and popped his hip out to one side. The focus had been so centered on the truck was now set upon the rest of you. With that pose, his already eccentric style, Baxter looked like a side character in a cartoony mystery game. One who was definitely not the criminal, but still needed to be cross-examined for important details. My problem is this. I'm unsure if I should get a dessert that's to my usual taste. If I do, I'd be certain to enjoy what comes from the ice cream truck. That would be nice. But on the other hand, this may only happen once. Perhaps it would be rewarding to get something new, an option that would be challenging to find in a common store. Which will add more to the experience, indulgence or novelty, I want to know. You could get more than one treat. They're a few dollars and it seems like you can afford that. Yes, thank you. I believe I'll just do that. Yay, success indeed, but now you're gonna have to bear with me. He said so teasingly. It was all self-directed. I promise it's not what you think. I'm being entirely honest. I'm going to get my preferred treat of this type to eat, for at least one of them. Okay, why would you have a problem with that? Because my favorite is an ice cream sandwich. Okay. That is what I should have guessed, not the set.
Oh, great.
Okay, yeah, it's a perfect black and white selection for Baxter. That's a good one. Baxter ran his hand across his bangs, his smile sweeping into a grin at the same time. It was obvious he knew exactly what he was doing. Far from being bothered by your laughter, it seemed like that was what he was aiming for all along. I cannot deny that I originally tried them because of the colors. It had been picked out for me because they'd assumed I'd appreciate having a black and white dessert, which I did. Questions? Hello! Oh my god, it has been so long. How are you? Thank you for dropping by. They are the tastiest type of simple ice cream treat to me. It's simply a coincidence, or perhaps it was meant to be. If you insist, monsieur. I believe in you. Go get your sandwich. Baxter approached the truck determinedly and leaned against the counter. He spoke briefly to the patient ice cream lady, and then money was exchanged. In return, he got his prizes. Coveted ice cream truck treats were finally in his hands. Baxter had already explained his first choice, the one he knew he'd like. But the other option, the one where he could only get from an ice cream truck, was a mystery. He held it up for curious onlookers. In his grip was a damp wrapper that boldly stated what laid underneath, a creamy popsicle made to look like a cute girl with bubblegum pieces in the eyes. She was a character from an ever-popular cartoon show, a sweet thing colored mostly by blues and yellows, and overall wildly out of place for a man like Baxter Ward to possess. Baxter was living on the edge that evening. Cove snorted a laugh. Terry applauded. Oh yeah, you can't get that in a grocery store. You did? Oh, I'm so glad that you like it. I'm trying. I want to go see it. I just have to find the right company to see it with. But yeah, that's awesome. I'm doing pretty okay right now. I will be honest, my voice is getting a little tired, so I don't know for how. I think this will be like the last chunk of story that we'll be streaming through today. But yeah, I'm so glad that you saw it and that you like it.
Yep.
I've heard good things. Or at a restaurant where it'd be really hard to make yourself. You done good, Baxter. Entirely straightforward, Baxter made his intentions known. This would be the first and last time I consume a girl's face, ideally. Novelty indeed. After one more thanks to your crowd, the ice cream sales lady shut the sales window, and the truck slowly began to move. Your friends shouted and waved and gave grand farewells, wishing her well on her journey, bringing treats to young and old. She beeped the horn a couple times in a cheer of her own. The truck eventually disappeared beneath the skyline. You, along with the others, ambled across and up the road towards Baxter's car with treats in hand. Miranda and Terry giggled about something you couldn't quite catch, but it became apparent the minute they exchanged cones and took a lick each. Apparently, using the word lick might have been generous. Terry! A peek at Miranda's half-eaten ice cream and the vanilla and chocolate smeared over Terry's mouth said all that needed to be said about the situation. She's good! Sash right now is sleeping on my bed. She took a pillow and it's under her head right now. Karmic justice. Actually, give me 1 second. I need to get more water. So let me just... I will put the be right back frame back on. I need to get a lot more water. Okay, we are back. Hello. Ah. Yeah, no, this game always makes me drink so much water. It makes me go to the bathroom so often because I'm always like it's just chugging huge glasses of water. Thanks, questions. And thank you. Hello, I'm doing pretty good. But yeah. The Taylor Swift cardigan. Yes. Okay. Back to the game. Yeah. Yeah. Just cause it's a lot of reading. There are a lot of words. And otherwise, like, I don't know what I'd feel if I'm just reading quietly. I feel like it's awkward, so I just read out loud. But yeah, visual novels are always a little interesting to like stream. Okay, how tragic! She was so young. Cove looked at the sky and shrugged. Oh well. You elbowed him in the ribs, and he went staggering off, clutching the most grievous wound. Then Cove pinched the edge of his popsicle stick, waving it like an accusatory finger in Terry's direction before taking a bite off the top. The regret was immediate on his face for the minute he crunched down on it. He stiffened into a Covesicle. Luckily, Cove and Terry made full recoveries after a minute. Where's Baxter? I wanna try I wanna... A Covesicle, yeah. You realize how few times you'd actually had a dessert like that all summer. It used to be something you actually strove for as a kid. Now, if Baxter hadn't suggested it, it might not have even happened. You were grateful you had the chance and intended to savor it as much as possible. The others continued chatting as you clocked that there was notably an absent figure from the party. Yeah! Where is he? Baxter, yes! Your eyes followed the retreating backs of Miranda and Terry, then to Cove, who already started to outpace you the minute you relaxed. You attempted to see if Baxter had gone even further ahead. There were no signs of that monochromatic color scheme you'd gotten so good at spotting. A low chuckle from behind you gave away the ghost. His tone was as chill as always, but it was even more fitting considering the theme of the moment, frozen delights.
Oh?
I wonder what it is that you're searching for. I would whine about that for like the rest of the night. The way that like I'd be like, you abandoned me! How could you abandon me? Now that you noticed him again, you didn't know how you couldn't have earlier. He'd been quiet as you were there the whole time, but usually he commanded attention even when he was standing there, but he didn't. Instead, he hung out at the very end of the crowd, inspecting his dessert with the gravity of a man who had been face to face with the source of a deep-rooted fear only hours ago. He slowed to a stop altogether and waved on the others when they checked on you. Baxter's walk turned into a brief jog, aware that you were waiting and not wanting to keep you. It wasn't long before he came up from behind. Soft and heart-shaped Quinn. I have not been to the Queen's Drive-In or Newark Moonlight. That would be really interesting, but the thing is I don't have a car. I've always wanted to go to a drive-in though, because like, you know, like I feel like I saw that so many times in the movies that it was like a thing, you know, like in my head I was like, if I go to America, I'll be able to go to drive-ins, you know, and I never have. Not once. Yeah. I mean, like, I just need to find someone with a car, you know? So it's like, now the list's getting smaller and smaller of who I can watch this movie with. Baxter's walk turned into a brief jog, aware that you were waiting and not wanting to keep you. They put it as a speaker in the car. Oh, that's nice. I'd imagine that it is. Like, it's just like, you know, you have like the little privacy of your car. You could do like you could even like dress up the car a little bit. You have your own snacks in there. You could bring your own blankets, pillows, whatever you want, you know? And I just feel like that'd be so fun. Oh, Quinn, I'm sorry. I feel like they got popular again after COVID, though. Baxter's walk turned into a brief jog, aware that you were waiting and not wanting to keep you. We read this. You fell into step beside him, the two of you silent as he passed a wondering glance in your direction. Even movie theaters are few and far between. Oh, wow. Yeah. Streaming. Streaming does that. At one point, he opened his mouth like he was about to ask you something, then decided against it. Instead, he smiled. Small, practically hidden, but not absent.
I love it.
Would you care to try either of mine? I mean, if you're offering. I'll try that. The ice cream sandwich. It was messy to snag a bite when the cookie part of the sandwich crumbled to dust right after your teeth made contact. Ice cream nearly dropped as you fought to get it both in your mouth. Baxter broke out into an easy laughter. He revealed a stack of napkins from his pocket. He offered you a couple for your troubles and returned the rest. You know you're the only one sensible enough to have taken napkins. Accepting the paper white, you scrubbed the sticky residue off your face. I'm wearing white. Of course I would. It's more like half white, the other half is black, and that still doesn't mean you need 200 napkins. That's true, but perhaps I had more than enough because I thought you might need them. Then what's that there? You pointed right at his face. There were traces of his dessert in the corners of his mouth. Oh, that's it. You make the move. You gotta kiss him. You gotta kiss it off him. Baxter reached up to his lips instinctively. When his fingers met the sticky remnants of his treat, he immediately removed all evidence. Thank you. What are friends for? He stood straighter. The words put him less at ease instead of being reassuring. Yeah, because we're dating. We're just calling him a friend. We're dating. Not to mention, Baxter wasn't the type to hunch to begin with, so he was trying to fix something that wasn't an issue. I suppose they're exactly for times like this. Thank you.
Hey, buddies.
Terry waved, her snow cone on high as she called out to the both of you. When did the others get to the car? Alright, we're coming. You called to her before you and Baxter took up off the street. Terry pointed her partially melted snow cone towards Baxter as soon as he came close enough. I wanted to try yours too. Mine's a little slushy now, but that's half the appeal. He gave his ice cream sandwich to Terry, taking the paper cone in exchange. And for reference, what is the other half? Turns your tongue blue.
Really?
Didn't you get a cherry? Yep. Blue cherry. Oh, the only theater you know is in your mall, and you thought it would go out of business 2 years ago, but it survived. Hey! At least it survived. Cove shook his head, but didn't have it in him to get involved with that conversation. After they each got a chance to try the other's desserts, Baxter and Terry swapped again. Then Baxter leaned against his car hood while everyone else happily situated themselves around the area. Randy and Terry took seats on the sidewalk curb, apparently heatedly debating on the possibility of blue cherry being a real flavor. Terry had a fair argument considering raspberries weren't blue, and yet blue raspberry did exist for some reason. Cove hovered nearby, couching himself on the summer-warmed asphalt. He stretched and strained, trying to lick a stream of melted coconut popsicle running down his arm. You remember you can't lick your own elbow, right? You never could. Cove can be too when he wants to be, yeah, but I feel like Baxter's also more formal. So he has more standard etiquette, I guess, if that's the way you want to phrase it. Yeah. This is Cove. Cove is actually old boy Limebreak. Cove is our neighbor. He has been our friend since forever. And I liked him, but he, kept giving mixed signals, so then I decided, we'll go with Baxter. Baxter's with us right now, too. I can do it. It's personal now. The limits of the human body were a pain, but it was pretty funny to watch him try to fight against it. With the absence of the ice cream trucks, music, and the thrill that came with that, the street seemed entirely different. Houses quietly lined the street, and you now heard the rush of the wind. Branches swayed overhead in the breeze, and leaves rustled. It didn't carry the comforting smell of the sea salt. So, here we are. Terry heartily licked the side of her snow cone. She leaned on her fist, the arm propped up on a raised knee. Her tongue was now extremely blue. Far away from where we belong and who knows where, camped out in front of some random suburban person's house. Yeah. Miranda tilted her head back to look up at the mailbox mounted to the concrete. Rocking to one side, she craned her head to try to get a read of what number was on the side of it. Thanks to the fine people of 231, whatever the street is.
Thanks.
They didn't do anything for us. Thanks, ice cream truck lady. Right, and thanks for driving us all the way out here, Bax. Can I call you Bax? Before he could answer, Terry sucked in a bit of air and waved it off. Nah, that's not alright. I'll work on it. That's mostly Target, Best Buy, and Walmart. Oh no. Baxter chuckled, taking another bite of his sandwich. There's no need to thank me. It was exactly what I wanted to do. It was totally worth it. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Absolutely. The sky grew pinker and yellower, and you knew the day was soon going to come to a close. Somehow it felt wrong. It had gone too fast to be over, though summer never seemed to be long enough these days. As you were about to voice that thought, you immediately heard the dim sound of something gurgling. Capricorny-san, hello! Hi! Oh, you're not gonna like me right now. Guess who we're dating? Guess who our boyfriend is, Capricorny-san? We have a boyfriend. Not the one you like. It reminds me of your old neighborhood. Oh, that's pretty nice, though. As you're about to voice that thought, you heard the dim sound of something gurgling. That immediately replaced the words that came out. No, we did not win Cove. We did not win Cove. We're trying to make Cove a little jealous, so instead, we're dating Baxter. Sheena, hello? Hey, did you guys hear that? I did. Yeah, what was it? Neither of the boys replied to the question except for shakes of the head and shrugs in the negative. There was no time for follow-up questions because the answer came in the form of psh, water bubbled and then shot up in graceful arcs all around. Sprinklers. Is it Baxter? It is Baxter. Sprinklers! Randy made a break for it, dashing onto the street with the speed of an Olympian sprinter. Randy, wait up! Terry leapt to her feet. Her shoes hit the concrete with wet slaps while Baxter wordlessly searched for cover himself from the surprise spray, meandering away without any urgency. Yeah, Heather. Yeah, I am aware, but yes, hello. He responded with remarkable poise about the whole thing, unbothered by the fact that he'd gotten wet today after all. Baxter even had the time to finish the last bit of his desserts. You took it in stride yourself. Sure, you gotten a little wet. But water was water, and you were hardly a stranger to it. You used to run through the sprinklers as a kid. It would dry pretty quick. But Cove didn't so much as flinch. He only stood at his full height with the back of his car, a popsicle stick prodding out of his mouth. He glanced over at the others and grinned as he withdrew the stick clean.
Oh?
How about this water-based activity? Most of us are in swimsuits.
Exciting.
Oh well, isn't that an interesting proposition? The challenge had been issued, and Baxter threw down the gauntlet. Cove's eyes propped open in shock, but he didn't allow the surprise to keep him from moving. He darted off the lawns as Baxter came sprinting from behind. It looked more like Cove was running away from him rather than into the sprinklers. Yeah, we also kissed Baxter. Hi, Watchtower, Beta Base. My snow cone! Terry complained, sticking the paper cone higher in the air as she stayed well and good away from the sprinkler spray. It'll melt! Terry had a wetsuit on, but that wasn't going to protect her snow cone by a long shot. Aw, come on, Terry, live a little! In spite of the fact that Miranda had led the charge for cover, she was easily convinced to jump into the fray. Skipping to the sidewalk with her ice cream in tow, she waved to the boys to stop and wait for her. Terry sidled up to your side, clutching her honestly already melted dessert. Her eyes kept going between her much-beloved treat and the sparkling sprinklers, but she seemed to have chosen to preserve the sanctity of the snow cone instead. Forget everyone else, the sprinklers were yours. There's no need for preamble or introduction. Kicking off your shoes, you strand straight to the sprinklers to catch up with the others, roaring with enthusiasm as the water sprayed overhead. The temperature of the water was bracing. Odds had been good that it'd be cold, but it was almost on the next level. Did the suburbs put ice in their pipes? Still, you aren't about to regret the decision now. So, we take Baxter's hand, and we do it. Rushing up to Baxter's side, you bumped your shoulder into his and sneakily took his hand in yours. He pushed his hair back with his free one, the black and white strands blended. He hadn't gotten nearly that wet when you were at the beach, ironic considering that that was the whole ocean and this was some poor person's lawn you were trampling. Oh, how about a dance? We're dancing! I originally started dating him to make Cove jealous, but now I think I might be falling in love with him. Quinn, you're totally fine. Go finish up your last chapter and do your new commentary. You're totally good. We'll end soon anyway, so you're not gonna be missing much. But yeah. Have a good night, Quinn. He twirled into you, curling your arm around him. Wonderful. Baxter spun himself out and you made your way through the sprinklers, trading twirls and stopping to spin together. You were all fancy-footed and careful until suddenly you heard Randy cry out in surprise. She was covering her mouth and what remained of her crumbling sugar cone. The ice cream had fallen, abandoned to the grass. It was one thing to have damp ice cream, but it was another if it fell to the ground altogether. Good night, Quinn. Everyone stopped, except for the sprinklers on their back-and-forth paths. Even Terry breached the wall of water, sliding across the grass until she could get a leg up. On one knee, she lifted her snow cone in offering as if it were the finest bouquet of roses. Will you do me the great honor? Oh. Miranda lit up brighter than any star, giggling as she wiped the last streaks of ice cream from her fingers. She took the offered snow cone, dark hair falling forward as she smiled softly at Terry. Terry bounced up from the ground, dusting off the grass that had adhered itself to her legs. You know, it was just ice cream. I would have survived. Terry was aghast, her hand at her clavicle before she reached out for the snow cone. Alright, I'm taking it back then. Nope, you already gave it to me. Cove's eyes met yours as you turned in the direction of the boys and he smiled, shrugging as if to say he didn't know what to do either. The two were already invested in a new game of keep away until Cove stole it right out of their hands, only to be immediately dog-piled by both. Oh no. You turned to search for Baxter to see if he was going to join the fray, but he was distracted. His attention was squarely fixed on Miranda and Terry, watching as they argued about whose snow cone it was and if Cove really had a stake in the matter. I see. He hummed, stroking his chin with consideration before brown eyes met yours, and the thoughtful expression gave way to a lax smile. He chuckled, gesturing to them as he gave you a look as if to ask if this was typical, the answer to which he provided a big thumbs up. Hey, nice job! For Randy, anything. Terry beamed in reply, elbowing Cove in the ribs before the sudden hiss of another sprinkler rising from its earthy tomb reminded her of where they were. Randy shotgunned the rest of Terry's snow cone. A champion was born. Terry responded by crushing the paper cone against her forehead to Miranda's delight, though she did get some of the syrup in her eye. And it wasn't long before that interlude was forgotten. Dashing and leaping resumed in earnest. But all good things must come to an end. Eventually, the sprinklers retreated into the ground, and all that remained of the celebration was 5 dripping young adults. Boo! I was just getting started. It should have gone longer. Honestly, I think it went on for really long. For being a bunch of sprinklers, excuse me. The sun was situated almost perfectly halfway below the horizon. It's probably time to call it quits for the day. Actually, we're really sure to call it before another breeze swept by and caught on the now soaked and very cold fabric of your clothes. Shivering in place, you watched as Terry and Miranda immediately found each other again, the girls clinging desperately to each other for warmth. Cove tugged on the hem of his shirt, pinching it away from his body before allowing it to fall back with a wet slap. I should have taken this off before I went in. He promptly rectified that and took off his shirt, cheeks pinking with embarrassment when the girls took a break from being so cold to whistle at him. Guys, I wasn't wearing this at the beach. It's not different now. Cove wrung the water out of it before swinging the shirt over his shoulder instead of putting it on again. No, it was sprinklers, so now it's off. Before anyone says anything, it's gonna be colder wearing that than not wearing that. The damage to your cover-up was as bad for you as it was for him. You took it off. It'd be more comfortable carrying it than wearing it at one point. I do regret that we did not bring our towels. He ambled into the roadway to retrieve his abandoned shoes and socks. Baxter then returned to his car's side, as did the entire gang. To the side, Terry and Miranda remained linked. Their knees were practically knocking into each other. You couldn't pry them apart with a crowbar if you tried. That had to be effective. Ah! Baxter wants some help warming up. Baxter laughed, threw up his hands, relenting as he shifted for you to come closer. Haha! You made your way over to him without further fanfare, and he pulled you into a tight hug despite the water on him. He hadn't lied. He was warmer than you would have expected any of the others to be, but you couldn't exactly pretend that the goosebumps up and down his arms weren't there either. You rested your arms comfortably around his waist. The smell of something heavily floral settled the longer that you stayed in his arms. Caught up in your own reverie, you didn't notice when he leaned in closer, his lips at your ear. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, and so is your body heat. You don't need to thank me for anything, dude, bro. It was the sudden call from Cove that made you exactly remember where you were. Oh. Cove glanced away as he awkwardly scratched his cheek. Get a room. It's a hug! I've hugged Cove many times before and no one said anything. Baxter's chest rumbled in a low laugh, nodding in agreement as he released you from his embrace. He did, however, allow his arm to settle comfortably around your shoulders. Baxter then gave the group a once-over. Miranda and Terry were still chattering their teeth, and Cove, in spite claims to the contrary, wasn't doing too hot either. It would be no trouble if we were to return now. I truly don't mind if the car gets wet. Randy and Terry vehemently and loudly disagreed with the suggestion. It's a rental. They'll probably charge you if you track all this water in. Not exactly. We can at least wait until we're not dripping anymore, right? He glanced at the car, then to the others. Baxter's already started reaching for the door handle when they disagreed. He'd allow his hands to fall to the side. I suppose it would be tragic to ruin the leather upholstery. Thank you. It is kind of you to be considerate. I certain my acquaintance will appreciate it. Acquaintance, etc. Okay, so they're freaking out. I have to start summarizing. My voice is not gonna make it. Cove shook his head. Hey, Cove. If it's fine with Baxter, then we can stay a while longer. Absolutely. Staying longer didn't mean staying still, though. You and the others walked up and down the sidewalk, sandals and shoes squelching with a residual wetness as you made your way throughout the neighborhood. The neighborhood, but not your neighborhood. It's weird that it doesn't smell like the ocean. Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
I find the scent of lawn things rather relaxing, personally. Huh, okay. You know something? I know a lot of somethings. Good work, Randy, but I don't know how we got from the beach to here. It's the very important quest for ice cream, remember? Uh-huh.
Hey.
You're gonna add sprinkler running to your list of water-based activities. Cove already danced up before Terry asked her question. How did you end up skinny dipping anyways? Oh my gosh. Impressive segue, Terry.
What?
What, you guys aren't curious? It's not as intriguing as you might imagine. It was about 3 years ago as I was vacationing at a lake cabin and I was dared to by those in my company. A dare? Your Cove script, would you change much? Maybe the beginning somewhat. Well, I don't know, because like it really depended on like I think what level I was, like my feelings were for him. Yeah, the story has to unravel first before I can make any comments. Yeah, he may be accommodating, but the minute Cove challenged him to something, it was on. Okay. Baxter didn't reply. No, truly, it reminded me I'm not nearly as old as I might sound. I'm glad you suggested it. Baxter hummed comfortably, allowing the conversation to lapse into silence. Okay, and it became nighttime. Everyone's like, oh, you feel like kids, and then she's talking about fireworks. Oh, and then there's the fireworks display. Okay. We remember the firework display.
So?
It's fireworks, we gotta go. Okay.
Honestly.
I remember this, so I'm just gonna skip this part. Oh, we're just watching it from the freeway?
Woo!
Okay. There we go. Nice! Okay.
Woo!
Okay, so this is similar enough that I am not reading it. Okay,
That's...
yeah. Stay next to Baxter.
How are you?
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Okay. Uh-huh.
What's wrong?
Yeah.
You're just happy you were the same as Baxter. I'm alright, don't worry, I'll be here. You can watch it where you want to.
Is that alright?
If you're sure. Yes, go watch it when you want. It's fine, go with Terry and Miranda. Cool. So we're with Terry. They went to the water's edge. No, we're not with Terry. Terry, Miranda, and Cove went to the water's edge. We're hanging out with Baxter. Baxter tilted closer, but kept enough distance between you to remain polite. His eyes met yours in wordless invitation, half lifting an arm in case you needed to come closer. We're doing that. The distance between you closed as you leaned into him. Sorry, my hair is wet. Oh, my hair takes so long to dry.
I get it.
Don't be. I love that. That was cute.
You are
I'm-
incredible.
I'm too easily swayed. I am weak. Capricorny sun, if you're still watching, I'm sorry, but how was I not supposed to fall for this? Do you know you're wonderful? Okay. I've been meaning to tell you that all day since we were at the beach. The whole time, Betsy, I've been waiting for the opportunity to say something, to say how nice you looked and how incredibly you were and amazing and everything. That's so cute.
To be honest,
I'm surprised you. I'm surprised you know that it doesn't pick my words. What I dare to you about what I say and that it makes the correct impression. I'm not always successful. My approach is off with you. No, but I love your words. Fortunately, I could even realize that there wasn't a right moment to tell you that, and then we got here, and this feels right. I hope I am not wrong.
so charming.
You look amazing, even after all that appear that amazing. Does that adequately express what I think? How does it not express what I think? I say it pretty adequately. It does that, yeah. I'ma kiss him. Okay. He's so cute. Okay. Alright. And this is all pretty similar. And that is the moment. Y'all, okay. Okay, I'ma save here. Okay, and we are gonna quit. Because my voice can't do it. My voice can't do it right now. It cannot read more, and my brain cannot read more. But y'all. So, yeah. Next week, we will do the same schedule as we were supposed to do this week, which is Monday and Wednesday, and we will go from there. Hopefully, this time Verizon will not fight with me. It seems to try and do that every single time, though, but we'll see. But yeah, y'all. I'm sorry. I do have to, like, skedaddle. But whether you were lurking, whether you were chatting, whether you were using me as a body double, I really appreciate it, and I really love playing with you all. It is literally the highlight of my night every single time I stream, and it is so fun. And I love y'all, and take care of yourselves, and bye.